Hello and welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Global Summit. We are so excited to welcome all of you to the GSE Global Investment Summit. We'll begin shortly. Feel free to introduce yourself. I'm going to kick off with the Startup Lab pitch competition, so feel free to introduce yourself. We'll get started in the next 60 seconds. All right. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us again for the GSE Global Investment Summit. I will be joined shortly with our head of community, who's going to be engaging to kick off the first part of the program today. In the meantime, I want to just send a warm welcome to everyone and say a huge shout out to all of those who registered for the summit. We're so excited with the lineup. We have over 30 global speakers from around the world joining us today and over 5,000 digital delegates. So as they trickle in and out of the conference throughout the day virtually, we hope that all of you are excited for the content and, of course, that we'll be sharing with everyone for today's program. I lead for finalists, bring them to the stage and introduce their company, what they do. Each one of them have 2 minutes approximately to share information about their company, what they do. So a huge round of virtual applause to our finalists. By the way, these finalists were selected from thousands of applications, received thousands of votes from across the community. So we're so excited to welcome them to today's session. Of course, many of you are aware that this is an opportunity not only to hear about the different themes that will be addressed during today's session, but also to be able to get you, of course, excited about the opportunities for investment, especially in the tech and startup ecosystem. So without further ado, please join me in a warm welcome as I introduce Zainab Boteng, who will be kicking off the Startup Lab pitch competition with our finalists. And one more time, we will send a quick 30-second countdown before we welcome her to the main stage to kick off and welcome the Startup Lab finalists. All right, and we're back. Please give a warm virtual round of applause to our community lead, Zainab Boteng. Please feel free to unmute and then get engaged, and let's kick off the Startup Lab competition.
Okay, thank you very much, Christine. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Zainab Boteng and a community lead at GSE. I would like to say a huge congratulations to all finalists for today's pitch presentation. I would like to give some ground rules. So each panelist or each presenter has 2 minutes to pitch their presentation, and then we move to the next person. So I would like for you to, so I will just start by promoting each person to panelists so they can speak and present under 2 minutes, please. Thank you very much. So I would start with Tom Neural. Hello, Tom. Are you ready to go?
Hi, how are you? Yes,
I'm
I am.
good. Okay, so
Just please confirm whether you can see my screen.
yes, we can
Hello,
see your
please
screen.
confirm. Can you see my screen?
So we have 2 minutes.
So we have 2 minutes.
Yes, we can see your
Neuro Labs.
screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Oh, okay, I'll start.
So
Neurolabs Africa is an innovative medical technology company using AI to transform medical imaging diagnosis. Healthcare services in Africa are overused yet under-resourced. Patients will have to wait for up to 72 hours to receive analyzed lab results, resulting to late treatment. This reduces chances of survival, especially with fast-killing diseases such as TB, pneumonia, and COVID-19. According to WHO, more than 2 million children die annually of acute respiratory infections. Globally, respiratory, heart, and cancerous diseases are among the leading causes of death. Africa is worst affected because of inadequate radiologists. In 2019, about 1.4 million people died of TB out of the 10 million who are infected. With infections still active as the COVID-19 pandemic continues, to reduce hospital workload and optimize patient care, an automated tool to identify diseases would help in the fight against COVID-19. Our innovation hub has developed a solution that uses computer vision to identify diseases on X-rays in real time. Our algorithm has also the capability to localize areas where pathologies are detected on X-rays, as you can see on the image. Our AI platform offers a great opportunity to enhance and augment the reading of chest X-rays, offering accurate and timely diagnosis. We have come a long way, but this is just the beginning. Come join us in our mission to democratize access to diagnostic healthcare for all in Africa using AI. Thank you very much for the time.
All right, we're going to welcome the next. All right, we're going to get ready to ask the next person to come live on the screen. Zaina will be joining us shortly to introduce. Please, let's get a virtual round of applause to the recent finalists who just presented. Keep in mind that all of them will come on live at the same time so they can take all questions. So please, Tom, stay on. We'll welcome you back after all have spoken. So let's welcome the next person to the stage. Please give a warm welcome as we welcome Innocent to the stage to present. Innocent, you have 2 minutes to present your company. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Confirm that you can see my screen.
Your screen is not up. Okay, I think it's there. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Innocent Unachukwu. I'm the CEO and founder of Greenbox Africa. Greenbox Africa, Light Up Africa. 20 million homes in Nigeria, 150 million homes in Africa, 1.3 billion homes in the world currently suffer from inaccessible power, unreliable power supply, or unaffordable power supply. The Greenbox team has built the Greenbox. The Greenbox is a portable, off-grid, affordable solar power generator that converts the power of the sun into electricity for homes and businesses. With our smart energy protocol design, we have been able to come up with a design that is more compact, 4 times more affordable, and 2 times more power delivery in every category that we play in the market. Combined with our flexible pay-as-you-go daily plan as low as 300 Naira, we are driving the democratization of the ability of everyone to afford reliable power, irrespective of income class. We make money basically via sales of Greenbox, sales of accessories, sales of after-sale care service, and training fees. Our marketing plan is shipping from stock keeping units through our affiliate pool of independent distributors and installers, making direct sales of our products in the market. This is currently how the market stands, and in the next 5 years, we plan on taking 1% of this market and then growing from there. This is how it stands. Everybody that has this issue currently solves it in 3 ways, either through small generators or standard solar installations or other foreign solar boxes that are also built. And we excel in this market in the sense that we have a very low investment while keeping operating costs and reliability very high. And this is some of our performance indicators. And in the next 5 years, we plan on having 500,000 unique user base. This is currently the team that is driving the business. I myself, who's the CEO and CTO, Chukuma will man the HRM. Joshua is in charge of media and ICT. Elizabeth is in charge of customer care. And combined, we have around 38.5 years of hands-on experience on this team. Our vision basically is to put a green box in every home in Africa by 2030. And basically what we need investment for is to ramp up and standardize our production processes and also increase marketing and brand awareness. This is our channels if you want to reach us. Thanks for listening. Greenbox Africa, Light Up Africa.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Congratulations, Innocent. I'm so glad to hear your pitch. And keep in mind, we will bring you back to take questions for the community. And congratulations once again on being a finalist for this pitch competition. You are amazing.
Thank you so much.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back our next presenter to the session. We are excited to welcome Michael. Michael to the stage. Michael, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
You have 2 minutes to present.
So, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. All the best.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Okoye. I'm founder and CEO of Loose Change. According to IFC, 95% of transactions executed in Nigeria are done using cash. However, access to lower denomination notes to pay out customers are very limited, which has led to loss of money from both the customer side and also the merchant side. Unfortunately, the electronic transactions we are done with over 5% of the transaction are prone to high failure rates due to interdependency on banks, POS devices, internet connectivities, and electricity, which comes at a very high rate for micro and medium scale business, which are over 40 million of them in Nigeria, which has also made them excluded from the financial global ecosystem. This is why we came up with a solution called Loose Change, a financial payment solution that will enable the banks and unbanked carry out financial transactions. You just need 3 major steps to be able to download Loose Change and accept payment. First off, you download the app. Second, you have access to your QR code. And thirdly, you start accepting payment instantly. Merchants can now accept payment using QR codes. Merchants can also have access to their fund instantly, as against the 24 hours we have in all other financial systems. And our charges are lower than what we have in the market. The market is quite huge. We have over 100 billion transactions in cash and in e-payment annually in Nigeria, and we intend on taking 25 million of that transaction in the next 3 years. Our competitive advantage is a swift checkout time for merchants and customers, merchant locator, cashless outflows for both the merchants and also their vendors, and financial inclusion for the unbanked and the underbanked. Our team is made up of professionals. We have over 40 plus years experience in the industry, and our advisory board is also made up of vast professionals which have over 70 plus years experience cumulatively. Right now, we are actually onboarding merchants on our platform, on our wait list, and we intend on launching in the next few weeks. So partner with us to connect the unbanked and the underbanked micro and medium scale businesses in Nigeria and Africa to the global financial ecosystem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much, Michael Okoye. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. So we'll call you shortly to join again for the question session. Thank you very much. So next, I would move Swarav to the panelists. So, hello, Swarav.
Hi, Zainab. How are you?
I'm fine. And you?
Just let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Okay.
Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Yes.
Can you see it now?
It's loading. So
yes,
we can see
now. It's here now.
So please, you have 2 minutes to run.
Sure. Here I go. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Saurav Chakraborty, founder and CEO of Travel Buddy. It's a platform where you can find a local and plan your trip. We strongly believe in our mission and vision. Our mission is to empower the local itinerary that exists amongst all of us. And our vision is to put every city's hidden treasure in the tourist map of the world. For that, we recognize there are 2 pain points for travelers. Travelers wish that they could connect to a local easily before or after traveling to a new destination in this post-pandemic world. Travelers also cannot find like-minded buddies or groups to plan a trip with and get ditched by friends at the last moment. For that, the solution is Travel Buddy. 3 things that you can do on Travel Buddy. Because we are a social discovery feed, you can have great experiences with travelers and travel providers. You can have an instant connect with a local. And our Uber goal is to build a marketplace which is filled with travel providers and travelers for great connect. Why have we chosen this idea? Because the market is huge. While the total addressable market is $4.75 trillion, the leisure tourism market, we are focusing right now on the youth travel market, which is valued at a significant $400 billion. So we have calculated our SOM or serviceable obtainable market to be a sizable $110 million. And we have survived. We incorporated our company in Jan 2020, and we have survived 2 pandemics. While we have taken a hit in our numbers, we still have gone up again and again. So that gives us the confidence we are building something good. Our current traction is as follows. We have bootstrapped to 500,000 plus downloads on the Play Store, with 75% of the downloads coming from India. We have more than 85,000 monthly active users and 6,000 daily active users, spending over 13 minutes daily. We also are an early traction product earning a revenue. We have done more than $30,000 plus with 3,000 plus paid subscribers. We have a decently robust team of 11 people, and me and my co-founder have more than 42 years of experience in a separate industry of marketing, sales, and technology. We are focusing very hard on safety and quality, and we have a very, very robust technology stack. With that, I thank you, and that's it from my side.
Thank you so much for your amazing presentation. Congrats again on being a finalist. We'll welcome you back for the Q&A period. Congratulations, Sarav.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Christy.
All right, so now we're going to welcome our next finalist. Please join me in welcoming the founder of KidTech Ltd. Please give a virtual round of applause. Welcome, welcome. You now have 2 minutes to present. Thank you so much, and congrats on being a finalist. You're live now. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Can you all see my screen?
We see you. We don't see your screen.
Oh, let me share it. Can you now?
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. My name is Nyosaba Fridolin, founder of KeyTech. A little bit about me. I'm an agriculture engineer who found himself turning into a software engineer by simply asking myself how these things work. Trying to solve that question, I'm now a senior software engineer with 10 years of experience. My journey has been always evolving around questions like why. After asking myself why my local tech industry was not able to convince business owner to adopt digital solution and also providing digital solution that meets specific needs to the custom needs of local business, I founded Keytech. Keytech is built with 10-minded engineers sharing one goal, changing Rwanda into an ICT hub in Africa, like aligning with the vision of our country. We don't wait for customer to understand from us or from our product. We make him understand by taking 99% of the entry and develop a product that fits the customer needs and enable him to own it by 99%. With the Rwanda vision of becoming a leading hub of ICT in Africa, Keytech is a key player. We have already been able to contribute 15% in digitizing business in Rwanda. Keytech is built with 10 like-minded engineers from different countries. As you can see on my screen, we have one guy from Tanzania, Burundi, and 8 from Rwanda. We are sharing just one goal, delivering both quality and cost-effective products such as website as a service and software as a service, which is famous. As you all know, and you can see, our model has been proven already to be working since we have been able to contribute 15% at a country level. Now we are having 131 pending requests. Our model has already been able to be proven working. So will you join our journey, digitizing business in Africa, therefore delivering quality, quantity at a first space that we couldn't do on our own? Thank you so much. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Nito Ba. Yes, so we'd like to call back all the panelists to have like a brief question. Okay, so for the question session, I would like to ask if you would have, or if you have any submission you'd like to give, like a final submission you'd like to give, a brief one at that. So we'll start with Soba, sorry.
Nyonsaba.
Okay, Nyonsaba. Okay. So we'd like to start with you, please.
Yes, I have something to submit.
Okay.
Please, you can let me know how. In terms of a document or? Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Let's move on to the next person for commentary, and then we'll come back. All right, so let's move. So again, because we don't see too many questions on the chat feed, we just want each of you just to say one quick final remark about what you would wish the audience to know about your company. Of course, I just want to say congrats again. So we'll start again with Sarav, and then just 10 seconds. Any last remarks before we end for the day?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just take only 10 seconds. We are building a repository of local experts for the post-pandemic world. And our dream is to see every city in this world have local experts from Travel Buddy who can instantly connect with incoming travelers.
All right, next one. Thank you, Saurabh. Michael?
Yeah, so in the post-pandemic and in the pandemic world, we are actually promoting contactless payments so as to reduce and curb the spread of any disease at all. And we're leveraging on to make sure that this happens. Basically, we're also trying to make sure the underbanked, which are a whole lot in Nigeria, and the merchants, which are over 40.1 million of them in Nigeria, to be able to have access to the financial global ecosystem we have around the world. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Next, we have Tom.
Thank you. My name is Tom. I'm a machine learning engineer. What we do at Neurolabs, we develop models to predict, to classify images of chest X-ray images of patients suffering from over 20 pathologies. We can also be able to classify breast images. We can also be able to do ultrasound to identify breast pathologies. What we do, we want to reduce the burden to diseases in Africa by using artificial intelligence. That is why we welcome you to democratize access to diagnostic healthcare for all in Africa.
You are muted.
You're mute. You're mute.
Hello? Please, who's next?
Okay, I think the last one to go is Innocent. Please go ahead.
Yes, hello, this is Dreambox Africa again. In the current African situation where we are having this continuous gap between the haves and the have-not, an investment in Greenbox Africa will help us to bridge and create that world where we have equal opportunities for everybody on the continent to access basic utilities irrespective of income class. So a vote, an investment in Greenbox Africa is an investment in humanity, is an investment in equal opportunities and better and empowered life for our local communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And who do you have last? I think Neon Saba, I think you're the last one to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. So as I said, in one of our products, we are offering website as a service, including software as a service. So we have been able to support 15% in our country, on the country level, within the 6 months of operation. So we are not doing that only, but we are also trying to have strategic partnership with local organization where we keep on updating their content and their systems to support them take care of the thing that really matters in their daily work. Thank you so much.
All right. So I just want to say again, congratulations to you for being finalists. As a reminder, not only did you have the opportunity to pitch and present live to the audience, there's a lot of comments. People are engaging with you all on social media. You will receive an email of your perks and prizes. You will be getting free credits from SendGrid, IBM Cloud, AWS, Google Cloud. Of course, you guys know. And of course, an email blast where everyone can know about your community. So don't forget to send your contact information. But once again, you guys are amazing. It was not easy to decide. The community voted for each of you. And of course, we'll send you the community contacts so you can follow up with them and share them videos. We'll have the video recap of each of your presentations so you can share with the public. Congrats once again. Each of you are amazing. Congrats on your journey with your business. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Christian.
Bye.
Thank you, Christian.
No worries. Pleasure, Michael. So, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, our finalists. I do want to again reiterate, because I think a lot of times when we have amazing entrepreneurs pitch like this, we take for granted the ingenuity and the innovation that they bring to their communities, to their countries, and to their cultures. So I hope everyone was able to hear their amazing pitches and their presentation today. It was truly amazing to have them. And without further ado, we're going to be transitioning to the next component of the summit. We're going to kick off with our first panel of the day. So get ready. We're going to be introducing our first panel selection. So get here, right here, hashtag Global Investment Summit. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm so excited to now kick off the Global Investment Summit. Of course, we'll get down into introductions later on, but we wanted to make sure we kick off with our first panel of amazing speakers who are here with us today. Please give a warm welcome. We're going to be welcoming Alex, Christine, John, and Jonathan to the main stage. Let's get excited. And of course, make sure to read their profiles. We'll share with it on social media and, of course, on the Global Investment Summit event webpage. So in 30 seconds, our first series of panelists is going to be coming online to introduce themselves. So let's get ready. Let's get excited. And please shout out on the comment feed where you're coming from and preliminary questions for this amazing kickoff panel for the Global Investment Summit, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Hello and welcome to our kickoff finalists. I know Einstein was supposed to be our main moderator for the session, but I'm stepping in to introduce you lovely individuals who's going to be kicking off this amazing summit. So, of course, I could read your amazing bios, but we always like to let you introduce yourself to the community. So without further ado, I'm going to start with Christine, who's going to introduce herself to the community, what you do, and how do you show up in this world. So, and welcome to the Global Investment Summit. I think, Christine, you're muted. No worries. Okay, let's keep it going. Of course, we live in a virtual universe, everyone. This is a live experience. So let's move to Alex. Alex, can we hear you?
Let's see. Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
Loud and clear. Welcome, Alex.
Delighted to be here, and good morning, everyone. So I work at the intersection of investing, innovation, and for me, a lot of thematics with impact. I work at a fund called Cathay Innovation, a globally focused investment fund based in Paris, investing across Asia, Europe, North America. We also have a Pan-Africa venture fund in partnership with Africa Invest. We're launching one in partnership in Latin America as well. And really the idea of supporting the best entrepreneurs wherever they are around the world, Series A through Series C. So that's my day job. And outside of work, I'm really passionate about the rise of innovation and entrepreneurship around the world. I just wrote a book with Harvard Business Review Press called Out Innovate, How Global Entrepreneurs from Delhi to Detroit are rewriting the rules of Silicon Valley, to really tell the story about what it takes to start and scale startups around the world.
Thank you so much, Alex. And thanks for introducing some of the content that you're bringing to the community at large. We'd love to hear a little bit more so the team could share links to that book that you just announced on the thread here. We would love to share that with the community. So next on the lineup, without further ado, I believe, Christine, I know we're going to call you back in, but let me just kick off and welcome John Simon. Welcome, Managing Partner of Total Impact Capital. How are you?
I'm great, Christine. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm very excited to be part of this incredible panel. I am the managing partner of an impact investing firm. We've been around for a bit more than a decade. We focus heavily on creating impact in the basic human needs space: health, water, food, home energy, things of that nature. We are largely in the impact first world. So we work with top-notch implementers on the ground who've already demonstrated an ability to create impact and now need capital to help them scale.
Thank you so much, John, especially considering the conversation around impact. I think that's something that's really going to be a big component of today's conversation about how we could invest in impactful initiatives and companies that's really making a mark on this. Thank you for that.
I'm having some internet issues.
Well, we hear you, John. How are you?
Are folks able to hear me okay? I think some folks are frozen, but I think I'm doing okay. All right, I guess it's my turn. Sorry, apologies. I got kicked out of the stream the first time around too. And if I leave, it's nothing personal. I swear. So my name is John Gordon. I'm general partner at Second Order Ventures. I'm a healthcare investor with a background actually as a healthcare entrepreneur as well, focused on understanding the changes happening in healthcare and the implications of those for the major players in healthcare. So sort of looking at the environment in healthcare, which is has gone from innovation a decade ago when the Affordable Care Act passed to transformation over the past few years to ultimately disruption, which is coming in the next decade or so. And I would say with reasonable confidence that the healthcare system of a decade from now will look very different from the one we have today. And I think there's an amazing opportunity to build a system that's better for patients, it's more cost effective, higher quality, and I think venture capital has an important role to play.
Well received, John. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. And last but not least, Christine, how are you? Please introduce yourself to the community.
Okay, well, I hope this is working now. Great. So my name is Christine Tao. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Sounding Board. So I actually sit on the other side of the table. I'm the founder of a venture-backed startup called Sounding Board. And at Sounding Board, our vision is to help create the world's most impactful leaders. And we do that through a mixture of technology as well as a managed network of global leadership coaches. One of the things I think that I can kind of talk about is we actually raised and closed our Series A during the pandemic as a sole female founded company. In a year where venture capital to female-led companies actually dropped. So separate from our vision at the company of wanting to democratize access to leadership coaching and make that more accessible and scalable, I and Lori, my co-founder, also just have a personal passion around helping to think about ways that we can bring more inclusion, bring more diversity to the leadership pipeline across corporate America. So excited to be here and to certainly learn from my other panelists and happy to share my own experiences as well.
Well received, Christine. Thank you so much for that kind of introduction. And of course, clarifying that you're on the other side of the table because we also need all-inclusive perspective on this dialogue. So with that, let's dive right in. So the theme of this panel is about capital access, redefine, fundraising in a post-pandemic era. And Christine, you kind of kicked it off with, your experience as a founder raising. So we'll start there and then we'll move to Alex Ness to share about his perspective on capital raising during this time. So Christine, share with us, I guess, just quick insights as to how were you able to raise during this pandemic? I think many people have expressed the same sentiments that this is also probably the best time to fundraise as an entrepreneur. Some have said it's the worst time. What is your perspective? How can people learn from your roadmap into getting capital funding for your business and your venture?
Sure. And certainly the other panelists will have a much more macro view. But, so we, Sounding Board's been around since about 2016. We didn't raise venture capital until the end of 2017. So I bootstrapped the company to start. And to be honest, as a female founding team, it was a struggle for me to navigate being able to engage with investors, especially as a first-time founder. And so coming into the pandemic, we actually hadn't planned on raising funds, but Sounding Board as a business was lucky enough that we were able to see our business really accelerate during COVID because we have a remote first solution. So I went from, a seed rounds that were challenging to navigate to actually an oversubscribed A that closed in record time. And for me, that was unexpected, but I think one of the main things that I learned, at least as a founder in that process, was, one of the benefits during sort of remote work was just the access that I had to investors. Instead of having to schlep down to Sand Hill, I'm in Bay Area, and maybe squeeze in a meeting or two a day. I was able to engage with a larger pool of investors, oftentimes had more access to decision makers because there just was that ability to be able to meet. And then for me as a founder, I really focused on my narrative because I think the news that you see out there is that there seems like there's capital everywhere. So as a founder, that can often feel really discouraging if that's not your individual experience. But when you come down and sort of break that down, what I've really seen is that there's more capital flowing to a smaller set of companies. And so it's almost this sort of feeling of the have and have nots. And so your ability as a founder, as an entrepreneur, to really be able to clearly narrate your story and the opportunity for investors, I think is even more critical than ever before.
Well said. And with that said, I think, you made it very clear, like, being very clear about the narrative of the story and why invest now, and especially the time sensitivity of us going back to, I guess, the new normal. I would like to pass it over to Alex to hear his perspective on the fundraising on the other side of the table.
And I resonate a lot with much of what Christine said. And by the way, apologies in advance if you hear my daughter in the background exclaiming her enthusiasm for the Global Investment Summit, my 17-month-old. But I think the pandemic did two things at once, right? On the one hand, it decreased the friction of being anywhere in the world to raise money from anyone else, right? So because of Zoom and et cetera. And on the other hand, I actually think that partnering with a VC and vice versa is actually a really big decision and a relationship one. I teach an MBA class, and I often tell my students the average venture relationship is longer than the average American marriage. And you have to really think very carefully about that decision, because that is a partner that's going to be alongside you for a long time, and making sure incentives are aligned, making sure you have a similar vision for what you want. And so I think that's a little bit of this tug of war that's happening. So I think that's one dimension. But taking this global lens of innovation, which is really the one that I have, I would say that it's never been better. There's still so much to do, and there's still a huge amounts of gaps in inequity and capital, et cetera. But in 2013, you would have been right to say all the action in innovation was in Silicon Valley and a handful of places. 4 startup ecosystems created $1 billion business ever in 2013. Today, over 85 startup ecosystems have created $1 billion business. That's rising every day. And there are more and more venture funds locally. There's more and more capital, even from Silicon Valley and elsewhere, looking and interested to invest everywhere. But it is a tale of the haves and have-nots. It is not 100% equally distributed. For instance, fintech and healthcare are 2 sectors that are very hot right now, and those have garnered a lot more capital. But other sectors might not have as much, and so there are some tensions. It isn't unanimous, and so perhaps a couple of strategies that I might suggest to the founders in the audience, building on what Christine said. I think 1, it is a long-term relationship, and so don't rush it. I think 2, as you have conversations with firms, and I'm taking a little bit of the lens of a little bit of a later stage investor. We invest kind of series A, B, and C, post kind of seed round. But thinking about the partner that you're working with, but also thinking about the whole capabilities of the firm, and what are the other things that group might be bringing, might complement others. And 3, as a founder, it behooves you also to create a competitive dynamic that'll drive more capital, that'll drive higher price, that'll drive those things. And then lastly, I think to Christine's point of telling the story, I think the pandemic has shown a light on these massive gaps in our society, in our economy, et cetera, that I think we have a unique opportunity to solve with a variety of vectors. And I think part of this is also being able to really explain the unique model, why now, all that side of it, which is not easy, but I think really an opportunity at this moment. So I'll pause there.
No, well received. And I will be at the concluding remark coming back to like advice I could provide other entrepreneurs, because there's a big audience of entrepreneurs watching this event trying to figure out the secret to get access to capital. And then just diving into this, in terms of like impact space. John, can you share what investments or what target entrepreneurs you're looking at in this ecosystem when it comes to investment? Is there any particular type of entrepreneurs you're looking for?
So for us, we take a bit of a unique model. Like I say, we're impact first. So we focus on social enterprises primarily, and then try and drive capital scale, which in many of these social enterprises, they're not looking at, a 10x multiple down the future. They're looking at trying to create steady cash flow. So often we're using a fixed income or mezzanine type debt product instead of just a pure equity investment. And in many cases, we're also creating financing vehicles that help scale what NGOs do. And a lot of what we do is work on what type of financial product would make sense in that environment. So for our work, it's heavily focused on folks, like I say, who've created a track record on impact, not necessarily on the financial side. And then how do we convert that into something that's attractive for financiers? I would say the environment for raising money from impact investors is as good as it's ever been, in my experience. And like I say, we've been at this 10 years. Raising money is never easy. I sympathize very much with Christine's point about looking around and seeing how is everyone else getting funded and I'm not. I don't think I've ever met someone raising capital who hasn't felt that way. Even folks who've raised 8 figures, 9 figures of capital, it always seems that someone else is getting more capital than you are. So I think it's always a challenging environment. But I would say that especially for folks who are looking for a high impact return alongside a reasonable financial return, and you can always debate what is reasonable, this is actually a very good environment. I don't think the COVID, perhaps COVID has at some level accelerated that as people think a little bit about how the impact of what they do has on the broader world and the broader ecosystem. But it is good to see more and more players from more and more different types of backgrounds and institutions who are looking for an impact proposition alongside a financial.
Thanks for sharing that. And of course, last but not least, John, I would love to hear your perspective on this. And we're talking about capital raising during the pandemic. Thoughts, ideas, what are you looking at, and what should people know to really get access to capital?
Sounds great. And apologies again for disappearing there, but I'm on my phone now. So, and actually, kindly, someone was updating the firm names. I'm actually Second Order Ventures, not Winter Street. That's my old firm. So it's a really interesting market right now. I think it's stabilized is not the right word, but if you look about a year ago, maybe 12 months ago, kind of like in the first post lockdown wave, there was a lot of retrenchment. People took a step back and said, okay, what the heck's going on here? What does it all mean? You saw the stock market plummet. All of a sudden, people are saying, is this 2008 again? And then, one is the Fed basically made the money even looser. It was loose already, and they just, we just, enormous amount of fiscal stimulus that came in, and all of a sudden people looked around and said, okay, we haven't, yes, maybe investing in restaurant tech may not be the right thing right now, but there's a whole lot of other stuff going on and a lot of innovation. In fact, there's a lot of innovation that's being spurred right now. I don't know if anyone saw this. There was a meme going around Twitter in like June of last year that said, who led your digital transformation, CEO, CIO, or COVID-19? And it really was, there was that enormous push for digital transformation, and people saw, okay, what would have been 10, 20 years of change happened in 6 months. And so that's the sort of thing that gets folks like us super excited. And so between that and the loose money policy, and a lot of dry powder out in the marketplace, people are rushing to put capital at play. And then the investors who are providing the limited partners who are putting the capital into the funds, they want to put more money out there because they see the opportunity as well. So it became this virtuous or vicious circle, depending on which side, you were kind of looking at it from. And, today, I think we've seen some things that, I'm going to talk from a healthcare perspective because that's what I know. Some things that have gotten an enormous amount of attention and are now sort of seeing them wane a little bit. Like telehealth is fairly played out at this point, not in terms of a modality, but in terms from an investment standpoint. It's like saying a decade ago you were investing in mobile. It's sort of like it's an underlying technology. It's not a fundamental thing. It's not a business model in itself, but rather what you're seeing is these things being integrated into bigger pieces. And as these exits potentially are getting bigger in cases, so you've got companies that have SPAC'd, companies that have IPO'd, all of a sudden you have people out there saying, okay, I can actually go out and acquire other stuff and build across a platform. So Amwell, for instance, American Well, just acquired Conversa, which is a chatbot company. And so you're starting to see, for instance, this creation of full stack primary care, which is bot plus telehealth plus clinic plus plus home services, all of a sudden becomes this full model of primary care. So the sort of things that I'm excited about in two areas is, one is, can you build a more full suite of services? Because healthcare has been sort of, I don't know if plagued is the right word, but sort of maybe beset by huge numbers of point solutions over the last decade. And that makes sense because you have to start somewhere. You can't boil the ocean. But now that we've gone from, as I was saying, innovation to transformation and looking towards disruption, you need things that are scaling. And so if you can see things pointing in the direction of scale, whether they're technology applications that are broadly applied, like something like natural language processing, or these broader primary care sort of full stack models, those are all very interesting. And I think the cool thing, to get back to some of the main points of the conference, is you're starting to see more attention paid to populations that got less attention in the past. There's been a huge push. Mental health has been a huge space that's gotten an enormous amount of attention that was so underserved, not just from a funding standpoint, but societally. And bravo to Simone Biles for standing up and raising her hand and bringing huge attention to that. I mean, she literally took one for the team there.
Yeah.
And other areas, a lot of sort of disadvantaged populations, bringing a lot of attention to what are called dual eligibles, people with Medicare and Medicaid, who tend to be disproportionately minority populations. There's been Femtech has been a huge area of growth. So just services, all kinds of services for women, everything from childbirth to incontinence, and then to infertility, and also LGBTQIA+ populations as well. That's been a very hot area. So there's some really exciting stuff touching all kinds of areas. So I guess it's getting better. I'll put it that way.
No, well said. And I think, you also brought in the capital easing that's been happening across so many different governments around the world, whether it's the US, Europe, even different parts of Africa and emerging markets globally. So thank you for bringing that into conversation. And with that, I think obviously these are brief panels. So I'll give another round for each of you to just share, what do you see the future of capital to be, especially post-pandemic? We're now transitioning to a new normal. We're all going back to work. There's conversations about vaccinations, about, this huge, massive global experiment that we all experience, working remotely, building remotely, starting businesses remotely. There's definitely a lot to be said about how society will progress post this pandemic. So I'll start with Christine from an entrepreneur perspective. How do you believe capital raising will be in the future? And furthermore, how will you be building your business with this new, fresh wave of capital? And what advice do you have for the audience at large?
Okay, well, I'll go fast. I mean, I think ultimately, as a founder, like, my directive is still the same. I've got to build a high growth business and one that's addressing a huge market opportunity that's growing, and to execute against that vision. And I think if you can continue to do that, like, you'll always have, and now I think more than ever, access to multiple forms of capital. I think that's one thing we're seeing from the founder side. There's a lot of innovation, even where, the investors themselves, because there's competition for really great deals, have to get creative around how they're providing that capital. And we have lots of options as founders as well. So the last thing I would just say is, I know I'm on that side where it does feel like, no matter what, I really resonate with John said. It always feels like, somebody else had it easier than you when it comes to raising capital. But just know that it's a hard slog. It's a volume game. You have to go out there and build the relationships, and building those relationships early, because it is a marriage, like Alex said. And we've been fortunate to have very great investors around the table that have a long-term view on the business and the opportunity.
Well said on that, on building relationships. And of course, I think that sentiment of like, why is this? Because, every headline now is about capital being raised in the like 6-figure range. I'm like, I didn't even know this capital even existed. So thank you for sharing that experience from an entrepreneur's perspective. I'm passing now over to Alex. Your thoughts about the way fundraising and capital raising will be in the future for entrepreneurs from your side of the table.
I'm incredibly optimistic on that dimension. I think, one, I think we're going to see more, and I think we're going to see it all over. I think we're going to see the demonstration of scaled startups all over the world, and I think that is going to help precipitate and accelerate capital to support the next generation of founders. So I think that's one. I think second, I think that this question of impact, and a bunch of us around the table are thinking about it, is going to become more and more important. Everything from measurement of negative externalities through ESG to very positive thinking about what are the business models that can target these large and intractable problems. I think that's going to continue becoming increasingly important. And then third, I think while there's so much deal activity happening today, and while in some ways it can sometimes feel a little bit transactional when it's all over Zoom, I actually think the relationship side will continue to matter, and I think that will come back in a big way when folks are able to travel more. So those are 3 thoughts.
Well, at least you're optimistic. I think that's always.
You have to be perennially optimistic.
No, well said. I mean, we wouldn't be having the GSE Global Investment Summit if we weren't excited about the opportunities that's available. So thank you for sharing that, because we have been seeing investors share their pessimism about too much free capital flowing into the ecosystem and how that changes valuations, perspectives, and just like sheer hard work amongst entrepreneurs bootstrapping and building. So hearing your perspective on that is very well received, because we definitely need to see more of it in action. So thank you, Alex, for sharing that. Really, really appreciate that. Moving on to John, Simon, your thoughts?
I have to say, I am optimistic, but I do also share some of the concern that there is a little bit too much capital that may be easy money, and things like the SPAC craze may be speaking that. I mean, I think John mentioned, what's happened in terms of the quantitative easing and all the liquidity that the Fed has put into the marketplace. And for us in the impact investing world, low interest rates have been fantastic, because I think in this environment of low interest rates, people say, look, it's worth looking for impact. If all I can get on a treasury is 1%, or in Europe I'm getting negative interest rates, and I can get 5% on this high impact investment, I'm willing to do that. I am concerned what happens if we start seeing inflation and then interest rates rise up, and whether we'll see a bit of a squeeze in the short term. But in the long term, I absolutely am optimistic that that there has been a fundamental change in how people are approaching investing. That people are looking to say, what is the value that we're creating with this investment, and then how do I make a long-term return out of that, as opposed to what I think was largely what happening leading up to the financial crisis, where people were saying, what's the return? How do I make that as quickly and as short-term as possible? And if there's any value at all, well, that's a nice bonus if it's there. And so I do think going forward, this idea that people are going to look and ask the question, where is the social value in this, is going to be good for us, and it's going to be good for the economy and people overall.
Well received on that. Well received. And I think you also just mentioned about the SPAC announcements. I mean, that's definitely been on everyone's minds in conversation lately. We will be speaking about that later on in future panels, about the whole SPAC and company just emerging from that type of capital investment vehicle. So John Gordon, last but not least, we'd love to hear your final thoughts on where you see the future of capital raising from your perspective.
Sure. So I guess I'll hedge on both sides and to say that, it's exciting to see that money is flowing to places that it hasn't flowed to in the past, and more attention is being paid. I don't think I don't think the scales will be fully rebalanced in the next year or two, but it's a step in the right direction, and I think that's something that we should at least acknowledge and cheer on to keep it going in that direction. I do agree with John, though, that everyone needs to be cautious. I think on both sides, the investors, obviously, the investors need to be cautious. You see things when the markets get really hot, you also see a lot of very founder friendly terms that sometimes can create trouble. You just look at what happened with,
Airbnb.
Not Airbnb, the office one. Why is that not coming to me?
WeWork.
WeWork. Thank you. I knew it started with a W. It's Friday. Sorry, guys. Just some of the things that happen with WeWork and some stuff you'd seen past that. But the other side is when all that easy money is out there, entrepreneurs are like, oh my God, look at the valuation. I was, messaging with someone recently who's just like, yeah, I think we can go from this last round at 100 pre to the next one at $1 billion. And there are implications to that. That's a really exciting number to get to. But on the other hand, once you get on that train, you've got to ride that train until it either runs into a wall or you can get it to the station safely. And there's implications, that very significant implications for yourself as the CEO and the whole team as well. And I think that's something that, when in an era of easy, and I'm going to put that in quotation marks, money is never easy, as we all agreed on in this panel. But in an era where, I guess, looser money, there are implications to taking those big dollars and those big valuations that I think really everyone needs to think through and just be careful about, because it can come back to haunt you later.
Yeah, well said. I mean, I think that's the balance of entrepreneurs, right? Getting access to capital and know like how it's going to impact your burn rate, your long run, and just in terms of valuation, like you said, burnout. I think that's another conversation right now. Entrepreneurs are dealing with, fundraising during the pandemic virtually, and when to turn the on and off switch in terms of engaging with investors. So with that, I do want to say again, thank you so much to each and every one of you. I know it was a short panel, but I do see a lot of comments on the chat feed of people asking, hey, like, it's good to hear from both sides of the table how you see fundraising on post-pandemic. We are transitioning. We still are in the midst of a pandemic. I want to re-emphasize that. We're not out of the woods yet. And so it's very interesting to see people's reactions and perspectives when it comes to what will happen next. And we appreciate your comments and feedback. And of course, I do want to reiterate again, Alex's book, Out Innovate, is out. So the team will be sharing links on that on social media. Of course, we'll reshare LinkedIn social media feeds, because each of you will be bombarded at the end of this conference on follow-ups. But again, thank you so much for joining us for the GSE and Global Investment Summit. It was my honor and pleasure to welcome you to the GSE community.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'm actually going to now transition to sharing the GSE capital raise, because I think many of you are aware, of course, that, GSE as a platform have been hosting programs like this for years in the community. And one thing that has been really interesting about the recent panel, if you're aware and monitoring the conversation, is just that there's this whole new wave of capital raising right now. And whether it's like what Christine said in terms of really monitoring your narrative, being conscious, like John said, about, balancing easy capital, but also looking at the valuations as you go along. And so with that, I want to take the time to kick off before we transition to our keynote speakers for today. And again, welcome everyone to the GSE Global Investment Summit. It's truly an honor to welcome all of you to this program. We are really excited to welcome everyone. We kicked off today with our Startup Lab pitch finalists. You were able to hear from other entrepreneurs who are currently capital raising, pitching for resources and support, and they will be getting credits and resources from IBM Cloud, AWS, and Google Cloud from the GSE platform. And of course, this program is powered by the Global Startup Ecosystem, also known as GSE. And we are an organization that has been truly well known for building ecosystems through our 3 pillars, whether it's through entrepreneurship, employment, or education. Our commitment to building tech ecosystems, especially in emerging markets around the world, has been very, very consistent over the past 3 years that we've grown. So I am excited to share that GSE is now open for investment. So today, our global audience is able to invest and become equity shareholders in GSE. You could go to globalstartupecosystem.com/invest. We'll be sharing the link on the Summit Live. We just announced recently that we are now open for capital investment for our seed round. And you can invest in our platform. And as many of you know, we've been building tech hubs through our programming and accelerator programs to really help recruit talent in emerging market communities around the world. So this is your opportunity to be an investor. So with that, I do want to share a quick overview of who we are as an organization so you can get a sense of why it's a great opportunity to invest in GSE. And then we'll be transitioning to our keynote speakers. But no worries, I will be sharing more updates about this opportunity. To, again, be an investor, just log in, go to globalstartupecosystem.com/invest. We are currently capital raising and crowdsourcing for our community. So this is your opportunity to become an investor today, live in the platform that is bringing you this program. So with that, let's take a look at how far we've come as an organization. The world is changing. From how we live to how we work. We are experiencing historic levels of unemployment, especially amongst younger generations from all around the world. In regions like Africa, almost 50% of current university graduates do not have jobs. Young people are applying to job boards and getting more degrees, but are still unemployed. And on the other side of these job applications, companies are also frustrated. They can't find the right workers with the right skills for the job. It's estimated that there is an $8.5 trillion talent shortage globally. And while technology and automation is optimizing our world, this rapid rate of change is also causing fundamental shifts in our society. Many jobs of today will become irrelevant as they are replaced by the jobs of tomorrow. We need a better way to recruit, train, and prepare this generation for the future of work. Welcome to the Global Startup Ecosystem. We created and scale what we believe is the world's first talent career accelerator platform with thousands of participants every year trained for jobs of the future. We've hosted career programs and mega tech summits in countries all over the world, from across the Americas to across the Caribbean and across Europe and across Africa, in places like Nigeria, Ghana, Egypt, Ethiopia, South Africa, and more. Our career app gives companies the opportunity to upskill this generation by launching digital career accelerator programs that attracts, trains, and hires the best talent from all over the world. This customized career dashboard was created to support individuals from the day they enter the workforce to the day they retire from it, giving young people access to continuous training, career opportunities, and communities from all over the world. We believe that global unemployment and rapid upskilling will be defining challenges of our time, and we're taking it head on. In the past few years, we've scaled to 250,000 users, have 600 speakers, and have institutional clients and industry leaders who use our platforms such as LinkedIn, Forbes, SAP, US State Department, MasterCard, Intuit, Google, AWS, IBM Cloud, Facebook, and more. We believe that our platform can upskill 1 billion people by 2030 and transform how we prepare for the jobs of tomorrow today. Hi, my name is Christine and Tim. I am the founder and CEO of the Global Startup Ecosystem, and I believe in our mission of building the tech workforce of the future. By now, you probably heard of our mission, our impact, and the work that we've done at GSE over the past couple of years. My background and expertise in tech and entrepreneurship, I believe, is world-renowned, as evidenced by being featured as a Forbes 130 entrepreneur. I have a business that's been featured as a case study at Harvard Business Review. And finally, my thought leadership. I've been invited as a speaker at major tech conferences around the world, from TEDx to United Nations and back. Finally, personally, as an African-American of Haitian descent who's traveled to dozens of emerging markets around the world, I believe that the future will be global, remote, and equitable. And I believe in our platform and being able to tap into this untapped potential of amazing influencers and tech talent from all over the world. And finally, the solution that will tackle this global workforce challenge, I believe, will be by us and for us. So thank you so much for being a part of the next chapter of the GSE journey. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The team is sharing information about how you can become an investor in GSE in our platform. So with that, again, I just wanted to welcome everyone to this year's edition of the Global Investment Summit. Next on the lineup, I'll be introducing to the session as we kick off our series of keynote speakers. But today you'll have 4 hours of live content coming to you live via social media. I do want to give a warm round of applause and a virtual shout shout out to our global partners who made this platform accessible. Obviously, it was free to attend to all of our partners. So thank you so much for making this program accessible to so many different individuals around the world. Again, our lineup of speakers, we have 30 amazing speakers who will be joining us today. So we're really excited to welcome the dynamic influencers from across the capital landscape who will be joining us today and speaking their perspective about how we as a community can tap into this global investment opportunity in this whole new era of capital raising. So we're really excited to welcome them. Of course, we did kick off the Global Investment Summit with our pre-workshop speakers, our veteran speakers within the GSE community. Ryan Folan, from author of Digital Act and Pedia, digital marketing strategist from Google. It was really a pleasure to have both of them be our headline speakers pre-workshop series. And of course, you could check them out on YouTube to get access to their workshop sessions where they were able to share really great content with the GSE and global investment community. Of course, as you can imagine, our agenda, as always at GSE with our program, is action-packed with much content in store for you. I'm thinking that many of you definitely have seen the lineup of speakers that we have in store. So we're really proud to be able to welcome this amazing lineup of influencers for today's program. Of course, we want to give another shout out to our Startup Live pitch finalists who already pitched and presented earlier today. And of course, I know as we transition to looking at this opportunity to really tap into GSE and what we have in store as a community, I hope that you all were excited about us kicking off today with panel 1, which is Capital Access Redefined, Fundraising in a Post-Pandemic Era, where we had our first line of speakers share their thought leadership of what's happening in terms of the investment landscape today. And we will be announcing Hannah, who will be our first keynote speaker to be joining us later on today for the session. So with that, I do want to give everyone the opportunity to join us and pretty much, this engaging conversation about how we can really tap into the GSE community. Again, I do want to reiterate that we are also capital raising during this pandemic. We're really excited to share all the developments and all the work that we've done as an organization to bring programs like the GSE Global Investment Summit live to you, but also all the work that we've done in the past couple of years to build tech hubs of the future. So we'll be sharing more information and developments about that throughout today, but check the link out. We'll share information about how to become an equity investor in GSE. So with that, I'm going to give you guys a quick 30-second break, and then we're going to transition to our next keynote speakers. Thank you so much, guys. All right, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I know we have a brief break in store with you. I'm going to now kick off with the opportunity to invest in GSE welcome video. There you have it. So without further ado, I'm going to be welcoming our keynote speaker, Hannah, to come online with us. So let's do the 30-second countdown and welcome her to the stage. Welcome back, Hannah. It was an honor to have you last year. It's such a pleasure to see your beautiful face again to the GSE Global Investment Summit. So I'm not going to take any more of your time. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm virtual round of applause to the one and only Hannah, the country officer and equity expert and partner at Dazzle Angel, who's joining us today. I'll pass it over the floor to you. Thank you so much, Hannah, for joining us.
Thank you very much, Christine, for having me, and congratulations again for organizing a very successful investment summit. I'm very happy today to talk about the following topic: redefining inclusive investment. I don't know if you guys would be able to share my presentation, otherwise, fantastic, thank you very much. So we can go to the next slide. Can we go to the next slide? Great, thank you very much. So I'm very pleased to be here today. As Christine has mentioned, I am the country officer for DRC within Proparco, which is a development agency, and I'm also an experienced investor in Africa across multiple products, including venture capital and angel investments. And I'm very pleased today to try to understand how the pandemic has changed the way we need and we should define inclusive investment. So going to the next slide. We know today that the pandemic has had a material impact on the way our economies are put together, lockdown restrictions, social distancing, and a whole type of new regulation has had an impact on how businesses are performing, are run, how workers are adding value to the companies they work in. And the pandemic also had an impact on how investors can actually allocate capital to invested companies. Just one simple example, the fact that we are not able to travel anymore means that it's very difficult for investors to check the investment in country, in cities, and it warrants a new mindset when it comes to thinking about investing in a world that has been impacted by the pandemic. I think the last lesson that we got for this pandemic is that the economies as they were built have within themselves a high level of discrepancies and social and economic inequalities, and this has been really highlighted by the pandemic when it comes to employment, education, and healthcare. And we've seen how some people have been negatively impacted by the pandemic when it comes to having a job or not, having revenues which are linked to unemployment or not. We've seen how education has been managed differently, whether you had the opportunity to have access to online education or not. And obviously when it comes to healthcare, depending on which countries you were in, or even within the countries, which cities you were in, you would have access to a vaccine against COVID or not. So at this stage, it's very important that as a society, we all think again about how redefining inclusive investment so that we can build a more resilient and sustainable society that can benefit everyone. So if we go to the next slide, we are just trying to define very briefly what is an inclusive investment. To do that, we just want to use a typical traditional definition in terms of how some companies and how human beings have been excluded from the investment space, whether it is from an investor perspective or a company perspective. And typically discriminations would include, gender. So for instance, it's quite interesting to see that the pandemic has led to an increase in female-led businesses and female-led investor group. So we can see how the gender bias is being tackled also on the back of the pandemic. And obviously there are other types of discrimination that we all know based on the ethnicity, the age, family background, and a bunch of other metrics. So the question here now is how can we redefine inclusive investment, which means that it would be an investment that would not discriminate any entities or human beings based on some of the factors that I have mentioned, and how can we provide adequate, sustainable, and fair investment solutions that will generate significant social returns without adversely impacting the society and the environment. We are all well aware that the pandemic has highlighted the need to build businesses, commercial entities, and to incorporate human beings in a way that is sustainable and that is resilient when it comes to shocks like a pandemic. So I think in this context, as a guideline, we can definitely use United Nations Sustainable Goals that have been, defined by the United Nations. I've put on the right-hand side of the slide a summary of those goals, which include, for instance, reduction of poverty, access to water, and a bunch of other, goals that are definitely key to build, sustainable societies, and keeping in mind that we want to be inclusive. If we go to the next slide, I will just focus on, we can go to the next slide, and I will just focus on 3 things when it comes to redefining inclusive investment. First, I will focus on the target investee companies. I will focus then on, the investors, and I will focus on the strategies that we need to use to redefine inclusive investment. But first, let's start with targeted investees companies. So first, what are the entities that need to be targeted by investment? Traditionally, only commercial, profitable companies would benefit from institutional investment. But I think the pandemic has highlighted the fact that it's quite important to focus on a new concept of social enterprise, companies that are both generating returns and creating strong social impact, and all of that while the company is also operating within an environment that are governed by rules, whether and those rules are set up by governments, but it's also important to make sure that we are protecting the environment, that we are making sure that the health of human beings is being protected. So the concept of social enterprise that is mindful of the environment in which it operates is really key when it comes to redefining inclusive investment. I've just put on the right-hand side a couple of documentation or concepts that are key when it comes to this new concept of social enterprise that we need to redefine. And we can see some companies putting together company charters whereby they explain their corporate social responsibility policies that are put in place and or the ESG policies that are key to make sure that their companies are both generating returns, adding value, producing products and or offering services that are obviously useful for the consumers, but are also mindful of their environment. Second, I think it's really important to make sure that we are inclusive in terms of geography, and not only when it comes to the countries, and historically we had the difference between developed and emerging markets, but also within countries we see that there has been less development between rural areas compared to urban areas. So I think it's really very important that inclusive investments on the back of the pandemic focus on cross-border community-led investment that are really inclusive of all the geographical areas in a given geography. And finally, I think the pandemic has highlighted how important it is to focus on sectors that are not only productive, but that are also leading to an improvement of the environment in which the human beings are operating. So it's important to focus on investments that are focusing on tech-led sectors and on sectors that are not necessarily perceived as adding value, like education and healthcare, like in terms of sectors that have not received a huge amount of allocation in certain countries. And I think today everybody is aware that those sectors are also key to add value to the society as a whole. So we need to go beyond the traditional scope of investment when it comes to target investee companies and the concept of social enterprise, which is mindful of the environment and that is inclusive both in terms of geography and sectors is really key. So the next slide. Next slide. Thank you. Before that one. Thank you. So what are the strategies that investors need to put in place? Obviously, impact investment is really fashionable, and especially on the back of the pandemic. It's important to focus on investment strategies that are profitable, generating returns, but the concept of social returns is also important, meaning that the strategy must have a positive impact, not only in terms of the businesses or for the shareholders and the investors, but the investment must also have a positive impact on employees, on clients, on suppliers, so basically on all the stakeholders that are evolving around the company that is benefiting from the investment. And then it's important that the investments are sustainable, so strategies must be sustainable, so inclusive in terms of companies targeted and making sure that the returns benefits not only the companies, but also the entire ecosystem, and sustainable in terms of climate, obviously. I think climate change is really like a concept that people are well aware of right now. And again, it's key for all of us to follow guidelines such as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And finally, I think it's really important for impact investment strategies to be value additive. We have the concept of tech for good, or to take care of the well-being of communities. So it's quite important that investment strategies keep that in mind. So always generating attractive returns and mitigating risk while generating a measurable social and environmental impact. And finally, if we go to the last slide, I think it's quite interesting to see that the pandemic has enabled us to redefine the concept of investor. And obviously, we still rely on public entities such as government, international agencies, and so on to invest massively on infrastructure, which can include, like roads, electricity, connectivity, and a bunch of other things. And also for public entities to put in place a regulatory framework that will enable social enterprises and communities to thrive. But I think we are seeing more and more institutional investors moving away from the concept of investment for profit, but moving more towards responsible investment, which is inclusive by definition. And finally, I think it's great to see that the concept of crowdfunding is really, growing all over the world. And we can see that more and more social projects are crowdfunded by regular people who are definitely putting capital in spaces where they think that they can generate sustainable returns. So in all, it's exciting to be living in a place where we have the ability to redefine the concept of inclusive investment, and the pandemic has allowed us to do that. And I'm really looking forward to continue to network and interact with you guys to build a sustainable planet on the back of impact and meaningful investments. I hope I wasn't too long. I had 10 minutes. Thank you very much, and looking forward to staying in touch. Thanks, Christine.
Oh, it's our pleasure. Thank you so much. And again, another round of virtual applause. It was an amazing presentation. And of course, everyone will share links back to see Hannah again once more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, definitely, I know the team is sharing information about how to reconnect with Hannah in the future. So without further ado, please connect with her on LinkedIn, engage as we work to now pretty much transition into our next amazing keynote speaker who will be joining us on the other side of this 30-second countdown. Hello and welcome, Annie, to the Global Investment Summit. It's truly a pleasure to welcome you to this program. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Annie Donovan, Chief Operating Officer of Local Initiative Support Corporation. I will say, Annie, many of my entrepreneurs and small business community know about LISC. Just through this pandemic and sort of support, you guys have been doing an amazing job within many communities that we know about in New York City. So just want to give you a quick shout out and welcome you again to the program event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Christine. It's great to be here with you. And hello, everybody. And thank you for having me. I'm Annie Donovan, Chief Operating Officer of Local Initiative Support Corporation, or LISC. I'm delighted to be here today to address a central theme of this gathering, inclusive investment. LISC is a community development financial institution that invests in the people and places that exist on the margins of the American economy, places often overlooked by conventional investors or deemed to be too risky to invest in. Our vision is a holistic one based on the belief that the strength and competitiveness of our economy ultimately depends on giving everyone the opportunity to participate and contribute. Let's not leave anyone on the sidelines. In 2020, LISC directly invested $2 billion in small businesses, housing, healthcare and healthy foods, arts and culture, recreation, and safety and justice. Over 80% of our investments are in low-income census tracts. Our investments created over 20,000 jobs, 4.5 million square feet of commercial space, and 19,000 units of affordable housing. Now, we accomplish these outcomes while maintaining a AA- rating from Standard & Poor's. Our loss rate in our loan portfolio last year was less than 1%. What this means is that people and communities that have been overlooked by traditional investors are worthy of investment. They, like LISC, are investment grade. LISC is one of over 1,000 community development financial institutions, or as we call them, CDFIs, who are mission first impact investors. I happen to know a lot about CDFIs because I spent the last 3 decades in this field as it has emerged and come into its own. In addition to being a practitioner, I also directed the U.S. Department of Treasury's Community Development Financial Institutions Fund for 4 years recently, which is an important source of growth capital for the field. The CDFI fund administers multiple programs that provide an array of tools to CDFIs, including equity and equity-like investments, tax credits, and loan guarantees. And the reason this is important to understand is that CDFIs have this source of growth capital that they then leverage with private sector investments. In the CDFI fund's core program, the leverage ratio is 12-1. So CDFIs are putting these resources to use. They are have a source of growth capital, and they are bringing more capital into communities with this formula. LISC and other CDFIs have created a delivery system that connects capital to communities. Our superpower is our reach into underserved places and people and our deep understanding of how best to serve them. And we extend that reach to our investment partners so that they too can contribute to a more equitable and inclusive economy. 2020 was a rough year for everyone, but the pandemic was harder on some than others. It exposed in more stark relief the structural ways in which inequities are designed into our society and our economy, especially for Black, Indigenous, and people of color or BIPOC communities. But we were heartened to see our partners, new and old, step up in new ways over the pandemic. For example, Verizon, Lowe's, Procter & Gamble, and other corporations channeled over $100 million through LISC to shore up predominantly BIPOC and women-owned businesses. Public entities invested even more through federal stimulus dollars, allowing LISC to reach nearly 15,000 businesses with $250 million. Over 80% of those businesses were BIPOC owned. To thrive, though, businesses need more than just capital. They need support networks. They need their own ecosystem of partners. LISC is leveraging our capacity to build the strength of business development organizations, or BDOs as we call them, who are close to the ground so they can, in turn, provide scaffolding to help local businesses grow. Capital plus capacity is a powerful combination. In 2020, we also launched a $1 billion initiative called Project 10X. The 10X symbolizing the wealth gap between Black and white households in America, and also 10X thinking about the impact we intend to have to address racial health, wealth, and opportunity gaps. A signature initiative of 10X is the Black Economic Development Fund. Its investors are new to the space and include Netflix, Square, PayPal, Dick's Sporting Goods, McKinsey, Aflac, and others. The fund will invest $250 million in corporate treasury funds from our investors into Black-owned businesses and Black-run institutions, such as depository institutions and historically Black colleges and universities. We have raised all $250 million and have placed our first 5 investments. The investments are fueling Black-led businesses and benefiting communities of color, and they are contributing to the broader landscape of regional economic opportunity by catalyzing jobs, local income, commercial activity, and quality of life gains. They are helping build a broadly shared prosperity, well beyond the individual activities supported by each of these businesses. Another theme of this conference is technology. More and more CDFIs are using technology to accomplish our mission. Now that regulation crowdfunding has emerged, more and more platforms are being generated to allow a wider array of investors to find enterprises to invest in that align with their values. In 2020, LISC issued a $100 million bond through Inspirex, a tech platform that allows institutional and retail investors to invest in increments as small as $1,000. This bond qualified as a social bond under the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And for this offering, LISC was awarded Social Bond of the Year for 2020 by Environmental Finance. And technology companies are also partnering with LISC to create social value for their stakeholders. For example, Uber, PayPal, and Walgreens have partnered with LISC to create the Vaccine Access Fund, a $12 million program that offers free Uber rides to vaccine sites for people living in low-income communities. The magic of the program is that LISC connects with people in communities through our network of trusted partners. CDFIs are onto something. If you want to change systems that make the economy more equitable and inclusive, look for CDFIs to partner to help you. They can leverage your dollars and help you make a deeper impact. LISC works with partners who share our commitment to catalyzing opportunity for underserved communities and residents. Partners who want to redefine their business and their impact. We invite you to join us to help build a more equitable America. Our website is lisc.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that amazing presentation, Annie. And of course, we will be sharing links to ways people could get involved and tap into your work at LISC. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, of course, many of you have been extremely excited about essentially the content that we're sharing with you all today. And of course, please, share the updates regarding the Global Investment Summit. As a reminder, this program is powered by and monitored by the global startup ecosystem, and we are open for capital investment. So without further ado, I'm going to dive right into a brief presentation with all of you to kick off this investment opportunity for you to join us at GSE and be an equity investor in GSE. We are currently open for capital investments. So for those of you who don't know, I'm just going to do a really quick clip and then we're going to dive right in. All right, there you have it. GSE is now open for investment. We're sharing links for you to be able to join us on this journey of building and scaling the GSE platform to the community. I do want to stress that, we are partnered with Startup Engine for this opportunity. I'm so excited to be able to announce this capital raise with our community. We've been building the GSE community for such an amazing time span, especially during the midst of this pandemic. We've been growing as a platform, growing as a community. So I'm going to do a quick presentation about the GSE platform, why you should invest, and why we're excited to open this capital raise opportunity to not only the global investment community, but the GSE community at large. So without further ado, of course, I want to transition in sharing that this is the time to invest in a platform like GSE, because when you think about how COVID-19 has triggered the world's most massive remote work experiment, I believe that the impact of this global experiment is here to stay. I do not think the new normal will be us living and building and working the same way we used to. We are going to be operating in a hybrid virtual universe. And with that said, tapping into remote talent around the world is not going to be a foreign concept. And at GSE, we've been building tech hubs and communities around the world, obviously through our tech summits, through our programs. And we believe that our platform can give companies an edge by hiring talent in today's emerging market tech innovation hubs from around the world, whether it be hubs in the Caribbean, in Africa, and Europe. We've been building this platform for the past couple of years. And of course, we've been doing this because our mission has been to pretty much prepare people for the digital age. And this is no time that we've received probably the best validation of the work that we did than during this pandemic, where everything went remote, everything went digital, where people saw the power of having digital skills and digital acumen to really progress in today's digital society. So we are very proud of our mission and our work of building and preparing people for the digital age. Of course, when we think about the market that we operate in, this market of pretty much, showcasing this content to, communities like the ones on this session is scheduled to grow into many different spans. The global e-learning market is scheduled to grow to $374 billion. And when I think about our competitive advantage as an organization, I want to stress that we have been in emerging markets. We have been operating in markets of color since our inception. And over the past 3 years that we've been around as an organization, we have had unique access to emerging markets because we have very senior government relationship. We've had prime ministers to presidents and heads of states join us on GSE impact initiatives. We have a multitude. We have thousands in our database when it comes to our tech ecosystem partners with accelerators, incubators, and tech program managers. And of course, our community has been scaling in these markets because we understand these markets traditionally as a team of people who are operating in places across the African continent and the Caribbean. So our competitive advantage of thinking about underserved communities and really doubling down on Africa, which is probably our fastest growing market right now. You can imagine that the future right now, and by 2050, is estimated that we'll have 10 billion people on the planet, and a quarter of those people will be Africans, and 2/3 of them will be under the age of 30. So the youngest working population of the future, ladies and gentlemen, will be coming out of Africa, and we are already heavily entrenched in the top market hubs of Africa. We have hosts hosted annual tech summits like the Ghana Tech Summit, Nigeria Tech Summit, Ethiopia Tech Summit, and so on and so forth in these top markets in Africa. So we've been dominating the space and really redefining how people attract and interact with these tech hubs around the world and get it engaged with very, very unique talent in this community. In terms of our traction as an organization, I am truly proud of how we have prioritized growing our user base. We have over 250,000 subscribers who access programs like the Global Investment Summit and the programs that we host to our community on a regular basis. Of course, we prioritize growing our community, and in that process, of course, we monetize our work, even though it's free to access all GSE program and events through our, contracts and sales from major corporate clients and government clients like government entities or private sector clients that we've had in the past, especially last year during the pandemic. We had Forbes, LinkedIn, Microsoft all become six-figure clients at GSE. And of course, we've had powerful partners and headline speakers like Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter, or any number of celebrity guests that you could think of in the tech ecosystem has been a part of the GSE community. And of course, we've been featured in many media outlets for the work that we do, for the communities that we serve. But we're really, really grateful to our community for being a part of this journey. And it's now that we're turning to our community and say, hey, we've been at it for the past 3 years, building these tech hubs and building these, remote ecosystems for what's to come next. And now we're turning to our ecosystem for investment because we've been accelerating. Our community received 110% growth during the pandemic because, again, the time is now to invest in platforms like ours that is investing in education, reskilling. We have a lot of work to do to upskill this generation for the work opportunities of the future. And I can't think of anything else that's more pertinent in terms of tackling the global unemployment crisis today and being a part of this journey that GSE has been building organically over the past 3 years. And of course, we're making an impact. These are testimonials from people who graduated from our programs. And of course, I'm really proud of the community and the team that we have before you that has brought this ecosystem to light and opportunity. But I'll end by saying that, I think whenever an entrepreneur is sharing an opportunity to invest, I think it's really important that we share. And for me personally, as the founder and CEO of the Global Startup Ecosystem, to share my journey in even scaling and building this business, because we do come from humble beginnings. I know with my accent, I've shared this in previous dialogues, that I sound obviously American because I was born in New York, but I was raised in Haiti. I'm the first in my family to be American born, but my family is entirely Haitian. So I'm a proud Haitian American. And I start my journey by showcasing to you, of course, many of you are probably aware of the 2010 earthquake that took place in Haiti back in 2010. At that time, that's when I really started to looking about how do we make an impact in markets that matter, when it comes to, generating support for influencers who are really showing their resilience. And if you see the image here, this street vendor, despite the odds, is back right there selling her products and her work. And I think that's really empowering to see that, because a lot of times people focus on the negative side of, emerging markets, but not really the powerful, resilient stories that are emerging from these markets. And the reason why this resonates with me, because I also was a street vendor. Right. So this is an image of me selling in one of the street markets in the United States, by the way, alongside my dad and, of course, my family. And I will say that I come from 3 generations of street vendors. My grandmother was a street vendor. My mom was a street vendor. But even though I was the first in my family to go to college on a full ride scholarship by Bill Gates to the farthest Ivy League up north in the United States, which is Dartmouth, I love that school to bits. I was still very much invested in our culture and our background and understanding the street market economy. And this is how I got into the realm of entrepreneurship, really digitizing access to micro entrepreneurs from across the street market hemisphere around the world. And my madness and commitment to this journey of building a company that really empowers markets at that time when I was first starting out as a serial entrepreneur, got me on world stages to not only share my journey and share my story, but share the mission of what I was building in these markets, especially my home country of Haiti, and bringing our stories and our narratives to the world. And I'm very, very grateful for all the people I've met, from Richard Branson to presidents and heads of states like Barack Obama, and celebrities alike. Was truly inspired by not only my journey and my experience as an entrepreneur, but my relentless commitment to us changing the narrative about emerging markets. I cannot stress enough that I believe the innovation hubs of the future are going to be in Ghana, in Kenya, Ethiopia, and these markets that people used to overlook. Silicon Valley is not the only innovation hub on this planet. We have multitude of innovation hubs that are emerging, and GSE has been at the heart of building and scaling these emerging market tech hubs globally. So of course, you know, as you become a fanatic as an entrepreneur, sharing your journey with individuals around the world, the story unfolded. So I've been able to share my journey and my story on TEDx and many different global conferences around the world. And as we speak, my first company is actually a business case study at Harvard Business Review. So my journey of entrepreneurship have had a lot of highs, but I will stress that it had a lot of lows as well. And I go back to square one, to day one of me thinking about my background and the communities that matter to me most, which is my heritage, my culture, my people, my Haitian, country, right? And how do I change the narrative of this being the future of Haiti to people knowing that this is the history and the culture of a nation that I believe that a lot of people need to go see and really be immersed, and really changing this conversation about the beauty of the culture to the opportunity that's available in these countries, in these innovation hubs that are just emerging and scaling, especially during the rise of the pandemic. And so this is, our first program at GSE, where we were able to launch a mega tech summit that had 83 million live viewers for the launch of Haiti Tech Summit. Of course, we've been building the tech community there for the past couple of years. We've had heads of states and influencers from around the world fly into Haiti to see this, country emerge as one of the leading tech hubs in the Caribbean as we speak. And of course, when we launched our Career Accelerator program in Haiti, we realized that tapping into training and upskilling the young millennial population through these tech hubs, through our tech summits, would be an accelerated path to preparing this workforce for the future. So we didn't stop there. We kept going, went to Ghana, and of course, built out, and launched Ghana Tech Summit in 2018 with over 1,000 different guests. And we kept going because, again, the journey continues. And then we went to Ethiopia, then Rwanda, and then Kenya. And we kept going. And then we went around the world to markets like Dubai, to Saudi, to Qatar, right? To London, to Portugal. We just kept going and bringing this message. And if you look at the audience, of course, we have celebrities and stakeholders of the highest creed, of different corporate and government sectors. But if you look at the masses of young people that we've been galvanizing over the past couple of years about really protecting and accelerating the narrative that the tech hubs of the future won't be in the places that you've been told before. And this is where the talent of the world is going to be emerging. And this is the platform, ladies and gentlemen, that we've been building for the past couple of years. Here we are at our home office in New York City, targeting, millennials of color and women of color. So the story just kept unfolding. And this is, by the way, through word of mouth. GSC, we don't really pay a lot in advertising. We literally just announce on social media these programs that we do to impact these communities, and the word just spreads throughout the communities that we serve. So when I think about my journey as an entrepreneur, where it started in these pockets of communities in places like Nigeria and Haiti, my home country, to being on the main stage and shouting from the mountaintops, this emerging ecosystem that's coming to fruition. I'm truly proud of the journey that I've experienced as an entrepreneur, really being proud of this opportunity to really change how we tap into emerging markets around the world and tap into this unique undiscovered talent in these markets. And by the way, along the journey as an entrepreneur, I've become a mother of 3 beautiful kids. So I definitely have been balancing as an entrepreneur, being a parent, being an entrepreneur. But this is part of my journey. This is part of my story. And I'm proud of the highs and the lows and everything in between. And I could definitely share with you motherhood and being a mother in tech is definitely one of the highs, because I'm able to literally see every single day why I get up every day, why I should put my best foot forward and really be aggressive, right, about putting this vision and this, roadmap of building the tech hubs of the future by 2030 to light, because we've been starting this initiative since 2018, and we're on this multi-year trajectory of being the #1 platform for emerging market tech hubs to source tech talent of the future. And this is, has been my journey. And so I welcome everyone to again join us on this opportunity of investing in the global startup ecosystem. I hope that my journey and my progression, not only as an entrepreneur, has opened a window into why you could see my passion about, building tech hubs of the future, but more importantly, the opportunity to be able to invest in our platform since we've been growing as an organization, scaling and bootstrapping for the past couple of years through grassroots partnerships through our community. And now we're open for capital investment for you to be a part of our acceleration, especially during this time when upskilling and retraining the future workforce is now a #1 priority amongst global governments. Again, our traction over the past pandemic has spoken for itself, where we were able to see our numbers scale and soar during this pandemic. So I'm truly, truly grateful for this opportunity to share the journey of GSE and my journey as an entrepreneur with all of you. And I hope that you guys are excited to be a part of the next chapter of the GSE journey, not only as community members, as supporters, as partners, as speakers, as stakeholders at large, but as investors. So thank you so much for hearing my journey. I'm looking forward to now transitioning to the Global Investment Summit program and stay in touch with all of you as you engage with our team about becoming an investor in GSE. Thank you so much. And with that, let's transition to the next part of the program. The world is changing. From how we live to how we work, we are experiencing historic levels of unemployment, especially amongst younger generations from all around the world. In regions like Africa, almost 50% of current university graduates do not have jobs. Young people are applying to job boards and getting more degrees, but are still unemployed. And on the other side of these job applications, companies are also frustrated. They can't find the right workers with the right skills for the job. It's estimated that there is an $8.5 trillion talent shortage globally. And while technology and automation is optimizing our world, this rapid rate of change is also causing fundamental shifts in our society. Many jobs of today will become irrelevant as they are replaced by the jobs of tomorrow. We need a better way to recruit, train, and prepare this generation for the future of work. Welcome to the Global Startup Ecosystem. We created and scale what we believe is the world's first talent career accelerator platform with thousands of participants every year trained for jobs of the future. We've hosted career programs and mega tech summits in countries all over the world, from across the Americas to across the Caribbean and across Europe and across Africa, in places like Nigeria, Ghana, Egypt, Ethiopia, South Africa, and more. Our career app gives companies the opportunity to upskill this generation by launching digital career accelerator programs that attracts, trains, and hires the best talent from all over the world. This customized career dashboard was created to support individuals from the day they enter the workforce to the day they retire from it, giving young people access to continuous training, career opportunities, and communities from all over the world. We believe that global unemployment and rapid upskilling will be defining challenges of our time, and we're taking it head on. In the past few years, we've scaled to 250,000 users, have 600 speakers, and have institutional clients and industry leaders who use our platforms such as LinkedIn, Forbes, SAP, US State Department, MasterCard, Intuit, Google, AWS, IBM Cloud, Facebook, and more. We believe that our platform can upskill 1 billion people by 2030 and transform how we prepare for the jobs of tomorrow today. Hi, my name is Christine and Tim. I am the founder and CEO of the Global Startup Ecosystem, and I believe in our mission of building the tech workforce of the future. By now, you've probably heard of our mission, our impact, and the work that we've done at GSE over the past couple of years. My background and expertise in tech and entrepreneurship, I believe, is world-renowned, as evidenced by being featured as a Forbes 130 entrepreneur. I have a business that's been featured as a case study at Harvard Business Review. And finally, my thought leadership. I've been invited as a speaker at major tech conferences around the world, from TEDx to United Nations and back. Finally, personally, as an African-American of Haitian descent who's traveled to dozens of emerging markets around the world, I believe that the future will be global, remote, and equitable. And I believe in our platform and being able to tap into this untapped potential of amazing influencers and tech talent from all over the world. And finally, the solution that will tackle this global workforce challenge, I believe, will be by us and for us. So thank you so much for being a part of the next chapter of the GSE journey. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, I'm going to be transitioned on the 30-second countdown to our next keynote speaker. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a warm round of virtual applause to our keynote speaker, Vikram Gandhi, senior lecturer at Harvard Business School, who's going to take it away and as a speaker for the Global Investment Summit. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure and welcome to the community.
Thank you so much, Christine, for having me. I just heard your comments before my talk, and very inspirational. Congratulations on all that you've achieved, both in setting up GSE and organizing this Global Investment Summit. I really appreciate you inviting me to it. And the fact that you've had 3 children along the way, have had a fantastically successful entrepreneurship journey, and set up this organization is truly commendable. I wanted to take this opportunity just to explain a little bit about how I think about the whole issue of emerging markets, entrepreneurship, and the future of funding. The wisdom of the crowd is how you've termed the summit. And I'd like to maybe break this down just as by way of background. I've developed a new course along with another colleague of mine at the Harvard Business School, which we teach in the MBA program, called Sustainable Investing. It's all about impact investing, integrating ESG into the investment process. It's venture capital, private equity, public markets, equity, debt, all the asset classes. And so I just take a few vignettes from that, and a lot of the focus of the course, as you've outlined, is on emerging markets. And so if we think about the trends that we see, which both from a demand and supply standpoint, which I think the audience here could perhaps capitalize on, are multiple fold. So on the demand side, clearly, and as you've identified within the GSE, the UN Sustainable Goals have now become kind of the Northern Star, if you will, of development. And it's clear by all analysis, including what we've done at HBS, that essentially about $7 trillion are needed each year to achieve the UN SDGs. And perhaps only about half of that can come from governments and philanthropy. So there's another half, about $3.5 billion, that essentially needs to come from the private sector. And a lot of that will come from entrepreneurs like the audience in this meeting. So there's that one big issue, demand issue. The second issue is, I would argue, is the demographic issue, and there are demographic issues both on the demand side and the supply side. So on the demand side, we've done a lot of research again at HBS, and other institutions have as well, that if you actually interview baby boomers, Gen X, Gen Z, and millennials, the baby boomers we had interviewed, and said 25% of them felt, yeah, impact was important, that that we had to, look at. Impact was important in the investment decisions, et cetera. But if you actually look at that same level for millennials and Gen Z, it's closer to 60 to 70%. So therefore, you have this huge demand of younger folks like you and others at this meeting that actually have a very different perspective that, hey, you can actually be doing great things, being a wonderful entrepreneur, making lots of money, creating wealth, but actually be doing really good at the same time. And that's a big mindset shift. I'd also say that, or not say, but if you think about the generational transfer of wealth over the next 20 years, there's going to be about $40 trillion of wealth moving from the baby boomers and older to the millennials and younger. And if that's going to be the mindset, you're going to actually see a huge flow of capital to address a lot of important societal issues through entrepreneurship, where, again, you can be doing good and doing well at the same time. So that's the demand side of it. The supply side is equally interesting. And while Christine, you talked a lot about Africa and Haiti, and we actually have a lot of cases in my course that we have on Africa and other emerging markets. But since I also have an impact fund in India, I'll give you kind of the demographic overview, which I think actually applies to most emerging markets, and in fact, even to developed markets like the US, is that if you take in India, it's 1.3 billion people, roughly. About 200 million of them are kind of really wealthy or the middle class. And most private capital, businesses, et cetera, are targeted towards that 200 million. Then you look at the bottom 4 to 500 million, and there's obviously countries like India and China and other countries in Africa and in Haiti have tried to reduce that number, but it still exists in droves, as what I would call really the true bottom of the pyramid, where building a business model around those folks is really hard to do. And so therefore, they're really the target of government spending, development spending, philanthropic spending. So in the case of India, you've got 200 million at the top, maybe say 500 million at the bottom, right? You still have 600 million people in the middle. And while we talk about the pyramid, this is more like a bulge in the middle. And this is what I characterize as the aspiring middle class. These are folks who have, because of technology, digitization, like you mentioned, have more aspiration. Their income levels are going up because the broader country is growing. And they've got a huge potential spending power and a huge business opportunity, where at the same time, you're going to be providing products and services that benefit the economy and the community. So you have from the supply side, this demographic issue. And the second issue, which I think COVID has really highlighted over the last 12, 18 months, is that the digitization that has happened and accelerated over the last year and a half, most people would expect at the end of 2019 that this would happen over 10 years. This has happened in less than 18 months. And so any kind of tech, health tech, education to ed tech, agri-tech, fintech, there's just this confluence where that 700 or 600 million people in the middle, essentially delivering products and services to them by enabling technology, by bringing in innovative business models to address needs in a profitable way, is huge. So you have the demand and the supply kind of converging in a way that no one actually expected. And I think that's where, as entrepreneurs think about fundraising, think about businesses, I would really spend a considerable amount of time focused on that opportunity. You mentioned that 10 billion people in the world. Well, about 3 billion people are going to be this aspiring middle class, where there is a massive business opportunity. Historically, what has happened is that companies have, through government policy, others, been forced to address or market products and services to them. But if you actually build business models that are completely targeted to that customer base, where they're at a product and a service that is targeted to that customer base, at a price point that makes sense for that customer base, and with a business model that makes the company that's delivering that product or service profitable, it's a huge win-win for everybody. And I, based on both at HBS as well as in India and other parts of the world, I find that impact capital is being diverted to that kind of opportunity in a big way. I think the way entrepreneurs should position this is, while you're doing good, it's a huge economic opportunity. Ultimately, still, capital will go where there is a big economic opportunity. And here you've got an opportunity that's going to provide you returns, but it's also going to be making a massive difference in people's lives. So I think that's, it's the last mile delivery. And now that you've got technology, basically delivering services to that 600 million people in India, 3 billion people globally, has been extremely hard because of technology impediments. The last mile delivery is extremely expensive. And as a result, building business models that are profitable and sustainable and scalable has been difficult to do. But I think that has changed now. I have, over the last year or so, seen some tremendous opportunities in, as I said, medtech, edtech, agritech, fintech, which did not exist a couple of years back. So I know I've only got 10 minutes, so just to conclude, I would say that as an entrepreneur, that's the pool of capital that I would, whether it be through crowdfunding and other sources, there's more and more capital because of the millennial growth, the transfer of wealth to younger folks who have a different mindset, and on the demand side, because of digitization and the demographic issue that I talked about, there is a huge, huge opportunity. And I would encourage folks in this meeting to really tap into that, because folks are looking, investors are looking for interesting opportunities. And therefore, this demand-supply match is kind of inevitable. So anyway, Christine, thank you for having me. I'm delighted to be here as part of this event. And congratulations to you and your team for all the progress you've made over the years.
Thank you so much. It really is an honor to have you. And thank you so much for imparting your perspective. I saw a lot of comments on the chat feed, so really appreciate it. It's a pleasure to have you.
My pleasure to be here, Christine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be sharing his LinkedIn information for you guys to be able to connect and network with Vikram Gandhi. Of course, many of you need to understand he's really one of the top speakers that we were excited to welcome to the Global Investment Summit. And hopefully you guys were able to capitalize on the information that he shared and was able to engage. And so with that, I am going to now transition to a brief break as we get ready to introduce our next keynote speaker to the session, who will be joining us to give his perspective as well for the Global Investment Summit. Stay tuned. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to welcome our next keynote speaker, Andrew Clapp, Managing Partner at Brightside Venture, to the Global Investment Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a virtual round of applause. Andrew, how are you? And welcome to the community.
Thank you very much, Christine. I'm delighted to be here. And I'm going to talk about a little different way of funding that I think could be of interest to people. And I'm going to, let's see if we can get this up here. Okay, let's see. Sorry for the delay. I think you can probably see it, but not as nicely as I'd like it to be viewed. But I think I'm just going to go ahead and present it as it is. So I wanted to talk about royalty financing because it's an alternative to what you normally see, which is equity financing. And we've done a number of these. We've done a dozen of these, and they're very effective because they don't dilute the equity. And so they're very attractive to companies that are looking for the opportunity to invest in and raise capital. The equity, as you all know, is dilutive, and it's at a valuation which is at today's valuation, which might be low for a company that's very early stage. And so if there's a way of avoiding the dilution of equity, that's always desirable. It's not always possible, but it is desirable. And there are a few ways to do it. And I'm going to go through some examples in a minute. Another very common vehicle is a safe note, in which the dilution is postponed until there's a Series A round or a later round in which it becomes an equity round. So it really is a debt security that postpones it. It's not a great deal for the investors, but it's very commonly used, particularly for early stage companies that just don't know what the valuation of their company should be today. And that's a good question. And it's something that a lot of factors go into setting a valuation. Another vehicle is subordinated debt, and that's often used by investors who also don't know what the security should be, what the company should be valued at. It's also used for later stage companies. And then you have crowdfunding, which is becoming very popular today. It's getting a lot of attention. There are some regulatory issues that have to be considered. And there is the issue of dilution, which people do need to concern themselves about because it is dilutive. And finally, revenue financing, which is one I'm going to focus on, also called royalty financing. It's highly flexible and it's non-dilutive. And typically it includes debt plus a percentage of revenue as one instrument. And so let's say it's a $2 million note. It would be, the debt portion would be payable on some terms. It could be amortizing, or it could be a balloon note that's due at the end of 5 years. And the royalty is typically small, only about 0.5% to 1%. And sometimes it might be as high as 2 or 3%. But because the principal is being repaid in some manner, that keeps the royalty down. A pure royalty is another way of going about it, in which case all of the proceeds and all of the costs of the royalty is repaid through the royalty security. And that is typically a higher royalty rate. And again, this is not a royalty on intellectual property. This is a royalty as a repayment mechanism to the investor that provides you capital. And then there are other variations that we've seen, which also are ways to look at this. One example is a solar company that we met with and we ultimately funded. They previously had been funded through research grants, so they had never given up any equity except to some of the employees through their plans, their stock option plans. And so they approached us, and we liked the company very much, and so we structured a royalty deal for them. They had a very good pipeline of business. They were relatively small. They were doing about $1 million, $1.5 million at the time, but they had a sales pipeline, that is prospects, of $9 million. So that really said that they had a good future ahead of them. And since we did that financing, we put I think it was $2 million into the company. The company has done very well. Another company we funded was a little bit more mature company. They had sales over 5 million. They were profitable. And so that was a little bit different structure. That company was sold 4 years later, and substantial profit to the owners because, again, they did not have to give up equity. Early stage companies are the most challenging. And so we developed a variant to conserve cash. And in this particular example, the company had invested $12 million into their technology, which is really good. But their sales were very nascent. They were only 250,000 in the last year, and they had substantial losses. And they had expected to do more than $1 million last year, but COVID-19 really hit them hard. And so we structured a convertible debt security that had a 5% royalty. But at the end, at the time they did their next round of financing, which we felt with our capital they can do, that security, that debt security will convert to equity. And that made them very happy because they ultimately wanted to have us as an equity investor. And so that's how that works. And it also helps the company postpone the valuation and the dilution until a later round. So they got what they want and we got what we wanted. And so that's a win-win, which you can do with a royalty type security. We've done 12 of these types of financings in the past. Many companies repay the debt early. And when they do repay it early, through another financing round, that ends the royalty. So some companies see their sales about to take off, and they like to prepay the royalty, prepay the debt so that the security can be relieved. Royalty financing is less costly. The cost decreases if the sales decrease, so that if sales decline, your obligation declines, and then as sales grow, then the repayment schedule resumes. It can be repaid at any time, and then the royalty ends. And the amount paid to the lender that is in excess of the original loan is fully tax deductible. So the exit value is just as high, because when the royalty ends, or when the sale of a company occurs, the royalty ends. So that gives people the opportunity to, again, not experience the dilution, but have the benefit of a security that is not taxing to their personal estate. Small companies, small public companies that are trading at a low price that need to raise money can use this security too, because often the valuation of a small public company is not very high. They may have gone public at $5 a share, but it's only trading at maybe $1.50 a share. And this is a way that the owners can ultimately realize what value they believe the company is really worth. It can also be used in management buyouts and ESOPs, employee stock ownership plans, and family-owned companies where they would like to keep control and ownership of the company closely. I'm a big fan of companies that the owners want to stay and keep the business long-term. The notion that you have to sell the company in 3 to 5 years to realize a gain for your investors, there are other ways of realizing that gain through a recapitalization and other means. But I'm a strong believer that a company should stay in the hands of those who started it, created it, so that they can stay with it and long-term realize what they would like. That's it. Thank you very much. If any of you would like a copy of the slide deck, my contact information is there. Thank you very much, Christine and Lucia. Thank you very much for inviting me to present to this group. I've enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. It really was an honor to have you, Andy. And of course, we will follow up. The community is definitely buzzing on the comment threads with feedback, and we'll be in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know everyone's buzzing. Again, we will be sharing information and links for you to be able to connect with our speakers for post the summit regarding their perspective. But of course, as many of you know, we have an action-packed agenda. So we do have our next panel that will be coming on in the next couple of minutes. So in 2 minutes, we're going to be welcoming our next panel. And just by way of introduction, that panel is going to be moderated by the one and only Sabrina Lam, who's a veteran influencer within the global GSE community. She's going to be moderating panel number 2, which is investing in causes and community in the digital age. So hopefully you guys are excited for that. Definitely share your questions and comments preemptively. This is going to be, again, a dynamic panel, and we're going to be introducing them shortly as a next session that's going to go live literally in the next minute. So enjoy this quick break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to kick off the 30-second countdown so we can welcome our next panelist guests. Hello, and welcome. We are so excited to introduce our next panel, Investment Causes and Community in the Digital Age. Without further ado, please give me a warm welcome, everyone, as we welcome Sabrina Lamb, founder and executive director of worldofmoney.org, who will be moderating this conversation. It's always a lovely pleasure to see you, Sabrina. I'll pass it over to you.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for Christine, and thank you so much for the global vision. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a joy to return to the annual Global Investment Summit. Today's panel, Investing in Causes and Community in the Digital Age. I am Sabrina Lamb, the founder and executive director of the World of Money, a New York City-based nonprofit dedicated to providing immersive financial education for children, young people from ages 7 to 21. And I'm the founder and CEO of Wakeza, a fintech democratizing investing for all. Today's panel, again, is Investing in Causes and Community in the Digital Age. And joining us is a robust panel of global CEOs. First, coming to our virtual stage is Mr. Jim King, President and CEO of FAHI, Ernest Sack, partner of Blue Bear Capital, Parth Desai, principal of Flair Capital Partners, and Christelle Cornelius, CEO of First Nations Owista Corporation, is also joining us. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you for having us.
You're very welcome. So let's go around the virtual room and can I hear what your headlines, what woke you up this morning in terms of the urgency of your work, and share with us a little bit about your companies. Let's start with Parth.
Yeah, well, great to be here, Sabrina and everyone. Thanks for having me. Happy to start, happy to tell you a little bit more about myself, the work we do here at Flair Capital. So myself, I've been in and around the healthcare industry for a little over a decade or so. Initially started off on the clinical side of things. Parents are both physicians, so exposed very early on, saw firsthand that many of the things that worked well, but maybe not so well in the healthcare industry. I wanted to go to med school. I wanted to be a clinician. I was always fascinated by the biology and practice of medicine. But healthcare is a universal human right. And as I learned a lot more about the industry and I began to appreciate the macro challenges, I would say that, currently limit equitable access to top-notch clinical care. And, I felt strongly that equity was as important, if not more important than simply delivering great clinical care. And so decided to pursue that career path to learn more about these challenges and address them. Led to a lot of great opportunities working on healthcare policy that was reforming access, cost, and quality of care. But eventually the other side of these policy reforms, working with healthcare executives, thinking about corporate strategies that help them enact innovation and provide more value-based care services. Great experiences, but I really want to get closer to the innovation taking place in healthcare and be able to both shape and build that. And that's what led me to New York Presbyterian Hospital. I got a chance to work with the hospital leadership team and set innovation priorities, invest in early stage innovation, and really develop a deeper understanding about how some transformative technology can be used to improve the operations, delivery, and quality of care. And then lastly, I would say that led me to where I'm at today here at Flair Capital, where we invest in early stage healthcare startups that, again, are focused on reducing the cost of care, improving access to care, and improving the quality of care. We invest on behalf of 10 large health systems, 6 national plans, pharma, lab, and device companies. And the goal of all the investments we make, all the work we do, is again oriented around those 3 kind of key tenets of our fund, which is, and I'll repeat it one last time, reducing the cost of care, improving access to care, and improving the quality of care.
Thank you so much. Ernest Sack, what woke you up this morning, and talk about the urgency of your investment thesis at Blue Bear Capital?
Okay, well, thank you, Sabrina. What woke me up this morning was my 2-year-old kicking me in the head. But besides that,
that's urgent.
At Blue Bear, we invest. Yes, at Blue Bear, we invest in digital solutions for energy infrastructure and climate. So you don't have to get very political or religious about this. You just see wildfires, you see grids shutting down because of freezes. On the positive side, you see a really rapidly escalating penetration of electric vehicles and wind and solar installations. So we feel like we're living through really a civilizational change of how the world is powered, how the economy is fueled, how people get around and energize their day-to-day lives, and how can we maximize that continued economic and social development without choking the planet through negative externalities. So that's really what motivates me and everybody in the Blue Bear team. And we think that digital tech, Silicon Valley type technologies, operational AI are such an exceptional tool to accelerate change in all of the industries this panel represents, but they've been underrepresented in the more hardcore industrial natured energy industry. And that's something we're excited to try to address.
Thank you so much. Jim Key from FAHI, what woke you up this morning? What's urgent about your work?
Oh man, well, it's so good to be here. And if I wasn't already woke up this morning, your energy would have done it for me, Sabrina. It's like infectious. So FAHI, we're based in Appalachia, which is one of the perennially poor parts of the United States, and so our job is to help bring the American dream to folks, which we think of in terms of financial opportunity. What woke me up this morning were a couple of things. One is the continued news about the economic and income disparity that's growing, I think, in our country. That where the pandemic has hit so many folks, many of the people that we're working for, had been without jobs and are falling behind as we see other parts of our country actually moving ahead. And so that just creates a bigger gap in the work that we want to solve for. And so that feels urgent. And somewhat related, we've had a lack of investment in regions like Appalachia, and we're not the only part of the country that has had this, but we're watching very closely and trying to chime in on the infrastructure bill that's being discussed. In particular, things like broadband are a huge, that digital gap or digital divide between folks who have access and those who don't. And we really saw that over the last year, where if kids had to do school from home but didn't have good broadband access, that really hurts. I had folks on my own team who, if I had to work remotely, didn't have the kind of broadband speed even available in their community. And so those are two things that kind of relate to sort of where we find ourselves and where we need to see investment in places that would make a difference in people's lives.
Absolutely. And last but not least, Christelle Cornelius from Oswego Corporation. What woke you up this morning? What's the urgency of your work? You're muted.
Bonjour, Nina Nishna Bayakwe, Mekanaquajush, Ganagandonji, Mashkode Bijiki, Equatishnikash. Good morning. My name is Crystal Cornelius. I am a Native woman from the Turtle Mountain Indian Reservation in Belcourt, North Dakota. Also the CEO of the Owista Corporation. I love your question, and I chime with Jim's comment. Your energy is just contagious. So Sabrina, snap, snap. Wonderful. But what wakes me up in the morning, honestly, each and every day, and I'll give a little conduit to our organization, but it is still, even as we're looking and we're coming to a racial reckoning in America, which in my mind is far overdue, right? We're finally taking back layers of racism, of how that's tied directly to the economy and all of these different pivot points.
Still yet, as a Native woman, our Native communities are tribal nations. We have 573 tribes in the United States after colonization. We're still largely invisible. We're still largely uncapitalized, and we still largely have narratives that aren't reflective of our true opportunity, of our cultures and our people. So OWISTA is a national CDFI. We're the only Native CDFI intermediary lender, and essentially our organization has helped create over 69 certified CDFIs in the nation, predominantly in Native American communities, because we find not only based on predominantly the rural nature, we have no access to capital. And if we did as tribal nations, it would essentially be predatory lending. So when we look at the ability to advance our own economic viability, to create our own healthy communities, we were capital strapped. So for the past 20 years, OWISTA and our Native CDFI financial institutions really have become the financial pillars within their respective organizations. So even if you look at border towns and accessible financing institutions, a lot of our conventional banks are agricultural lenders. Our people don't have the collateral credit to really interject into this system. So OWISTA, over our past 20 years, have dispersed and loaned over $90 million to our Native communities. We have experienced one loan default. I made that loan. It was $10,000 and they paid back $7,000, so that's still partial. But what we really do is offer the capital capacity building to create entrepreneurship, housing, consumer type lending, to really have tribal members have the accessibility, as Jim said, to an American dream. And very important in that measure, culturally relevant training and culturally relevant systems that really honor who we are as tribal people, but also provide a bridge to larger capital sources. So that's essentially what we do, what we've been doing for 20 years, and very, very proud of our work, but more so our successes is based on our Native communities. And I love the conversations previously. We are emerging markets. Rural communities are emerging markets. And when we look at the digital divide, the lack of broadband, whether we look at the economic disparities we're finding, there's a, in my opinion, a false narrative that people are moving out of rural communities, where actually, for those of us that live and represent rural communities, are finding a huge influx. That's because of climate change. That's because of economic disparity, and the marginalization, and we're seeing the rich do well, and we're seeing the rest of us fall behind. So what I find exciting just globally about this, if we look 20 years from now, we invest in this infrastructure, we're creating America of what America is going to look like 20 years from now. Our coasts are changing, our economies are changing. So really creating vibrant communities that access the digital age is where we're going, and we're going there fast. COVID has really shown that. So with that, thank you.
Brilliant. And so how do you all view collaboration? I'm hearing all of your very important, urgent work. How would you view, particularly the companies that you invest in, investing in Native communities, investing in Appalachia? And just pardon me for putting you all on the spot, but do your companies collaborate and maybe expand the natural geographical focus? I put you on the spot, Mr. Sack. What are your thoughts about collaboration, or anyone?
I can start with that. We have really done a wonderful job of collaborating, not only different, I would say, financial entities, whether that's foundations, high wealth individuals. So in some of our collaboration efforts, just in particular to OWISTA, and Jim King is involved as well, we are a member of something called Partners for Rural Transformation, which represents the persistent poverty areas in America, deepest pockets of poverty represented globally. We're trying to put together a $1 billion fund to represent these organizations. So we have 6 CDFIs that represent Indian country, Appalachia, Mississippi Black Belt, colonias, and migrant workers in California. When we look at that in collaboration and how we're able to voice narrative and bring in capital, it's worked very well. And I'm really finding in this digital age, it's very easy to invest in myself, to invest in Jim, to invest in our local members. So technology really has enhanced the ability to reach communities that you wouldn't really think would be accessible.
Thank you. Are there any synergies, Jim and Parth, of working together? The healthcare companies that you invest in, perhaps we can serve the communities in Appalachia. Pardon, I'm putting you on the spot, but these are questions just coming to mind.
Yeah, you know, what I would say is, so our fund and our team invests about half a billion dollars on behalf of 10 large health systems. I would say the footprint of those health systems ranges across the country. It's urban centers, but many of them have a very strong rural footprint, have a very strong FQHC and community health center footprint. I think to Crystal's point, the core infrastructure of healthcare delivery in this country, serving some of the most underserved and vulnerable populations in this country, really is in Appalachia, is in those rural communities. And, you know, sadly, there's also some of the most under-resourced providers in our healthcare ecosystem. And so the way we think about supporting that community, and a core part of our investment philosophy, the teams, the companies we back, is really how do we uplift that infrastructure? How do we provide better technology, better access to clinical resources, better, frankly, overall infrastructure, so that those providers serving those communities are able to do that at the top of their license. And so there are a handful of companies in our portfolio that are focused on that. I would say some of them are focused on actually working with those providers to expand their reach and improve their ability to deliver care. But some of them are going into these homes. They're realizing that these folks can't access care, aren't able to, you know, leave their homes to go to a health system or a provider group. And so they're coming into the home. You know, they're going to meet these individuals where they are, where the care need is, setting up technology equipment, but bringing the right types of providers so that these folks have access to the care they need in the most convenient fashion. So many examples of it, but just a high level overview of how we've been approaching it.
Jim, how do you perceive collaboration?
Yeah, well, you know, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go with friends. And so there's nothing we do without trusted partners or friends. We maintain a field of membership, so we have boots on the ground in multiple states, and we maintain other partnerships with about 100 other nonprofit, community-based organizations, 6 of whom came together to work with a small hospital system in Northeast Tennessee called Ballad Health. They're present, I think, in Southwest Virginia and part of North Carolina. And I think to Parth's comments, you know, like we want to receive partners like y'all to really work with us. We've got folks on the ground who are leaders in their communities, right? Like they're not just community-based organizations. These are the people who sit on school boards and water and sewer commission, and think about that community hospital and how do we keep care for folks. And it matters to them because they live there, right? So they're big stakeholders, and so we invest. I know investment is one of the big topics of the Global Investment Summit, right? But when I think about investment, it isn't always just capital; it's about people, and how do you build those relationships in a way that can be leveraged, so that we go far together, because we have communities that need to go a long distance.
Thank you.
Powerful.
Thank you, Ernst.
I can give a few quick examples also. And I happen to have grown up in northern Appalachia, where the internet is still terrible. I just tried to get my family in line for the Starlink program because that's pretty much the only opportunity. And it's Shawnee country, and there's absolutely no visible connection, let alone wealth for that legacy community where we are. But a lot of the original wealth in that area has come from steel, coal, natural gas, all industries that are in decline long term. And so a big initiative and mission we have is how to retrain, re-educate, and make available all the economic growth coming out of wind, solar, electric infrastructure for those communities that have tremendous operational and engineering skill and project development and land management, just in what's now historically the wrong industries. So we work with groups like the City of Houston, for example. There's another organization, the Clean Energy Leadership Fund, CELF, that's trying to go into schools and get kids excited about what renewable energy and climate change mean for your long-term career opportunities. So how can you take all this alarm and turn it into constructive job opportunities that are maybe not what your parents and grandparents did, but are, you know, the next generation's version of that are also more sustainable.
Thank you. So if I am a company, a pre-launch company in any of your sectors, how do I reach you? When is it, no, here's a better question. When is it too early to contact you? Because sometimes we hear the term pre-seed or seed, and it means different things to different investors. So how early is it to contact you seeking investment, Ernst and Parth?
So we invest at what we call early revenue stage, which is often seed through Series A or Series B, but it's never too early. I'm sure most investors would say that. We love meeting teams when they're still at idea stage or forming. And a big part of our model is many of our LPs come from the leadership of much larger private equity firms like the Blackstones, Apollos, KKRs of the world. And so we like to be able to connect earliest stage founders with that much later stage capital. But in the interim, help develop businesses towards who are your most likely customers, what are some great talent pools you've maybe not thought of to recruit from if you're missing a key software engineering or customer success type talent in your team. And then we'll actually come in and write a check once there's some demonstrated fit between what you're doing and the world needing it in the form of revenue.
Yeah. Parth?
So it's a great question. There's a couple aspects to it, the way we think about things. So we're an early stage investor, similar to Ernst Seed. You know, Series A, Series B is our sweet spot, but we invest across the full life cycle, including pre-seed. So it's never too early to reach out. But I think another important aspect, and it's something I think we've been very thoughtful about since the inception of our fund, is we might not necessarily be able to invest in every team and company we meet. And I think we're mindful about how we can do a better job of being resourceful to phenomenal individuals and entrepreneurs who we might not have the fortune of working with, but still want to support. So we actually have two programs. We have a program we call the Scholar Program. It's really expanding access to the venture capital, but also the health tech industry, to anyone in schools across the country. We recruit 50 individuals from a range of schools and healthcare organizations across the country every year to participate in the program. We teach them the business of venture capital, but we also invite them to events throughout the year. A big part of, I think, increasing equity and access is giving people exposure to a network they might not have been able to source or expose themselves to on their own. And so that's a core part of the program. The other part, another focus area for us.
Repeat the name of that program, please.
It's called the Flair Scholar Program.
Okay. Go ahead.
And the second initiative I want to quickly call out is we also want to make ourselves available to anybody who is passionate about or interested in starting a healthcare business or just learning about the healthcare industry. And so every quarter we offer office hours. It's open to anybody. Literally anybody can sign up for it. And it's our entire team is available for these sessions. We set up dedicated slots to answer questions, provide advice, make introductions. Again, we just want to be a resource to individuals who are interested in healthcare, interested in how to build a business, interested in how to get access to venture capital. And so again, that's a completely free and equitable resource that if anybody wants to learn more about, I'm happy to share more offline.
Thank you. Christelle, you mentioned innovation, and we'll go around the room after your response. How are you using innovation to do more, to reach more, to leverage more?
I like that question. So innovation can really take many different realms. So I'll just go back to basics. What's really innovative about what we do and we're still doing, in my mind, is we're still predominantly the only lender in Indian country. So we have been very innovative in expanding our lending products over the years to meet local demand. We've also been really innovative in still looking at this capital, deprivation that we see. OESTA has aggregated very large amounts of capital for the first time in our history to assist our tribal members. So 2 years ago, we put the first of its kind $10 million capital aggregate pool for Native communities that needed longer term capital and lower rates. And we just finished putting together a $25 million COVID relief and recovery fund for Native communities nationwide. Again, a vast amount of partners that helped facilitate and capitalize that. But when I think innovation, we have been very innovative financially and pairing that with technical assistance. That's really, it can go outside of the Native realm. It can go, to all colors, spectrums, and communities. So I think we've just been really innovative, keeping up with the demand for our target market, Indian country, and try to facilitate that to the best of our ability.
And enlighten me, what is considered Indian country? I mean, there's, Native populations throughout.
That's such a great question. Yeah, so Indian country is so diverse. We have 573 federally recognized tribes. So essentially, that is reservations throughout the United States. We also have 60 state recognized tribes. We have over 30 unrecognized tribes. And it's important to note that over half of our population live in anchor cities, for lack of a better word, all throughout the United States. But a majority, not a majority, live in urban centers. So in looking at the scope of what Indian country is, OESTA invests where there's large concentrations of Native American populations. We lend in rural areas. We're lending in Rapid City, South Dakota, which is considered, a little bit urban, but there's a huge concentration of Natives that move from the reservations to larger cities and provide services there. So it's really broad.
Really important to know. Jim, how are you using technology or innovation to expand and do more?
To expand what? I'm sorry.
To expand your services, to reach more, do more.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, the connection was just a little off for a moment. What I think the last year or 15 or plus months has kind of pushed us to use technology in ways that we probably would have been more hesitant. So we found that rather than being able to just open physical offices in places, we established virtual offices for certain products and services, whether that's for mortgages or programs we run for people who are seeking addiction recovery, those kinds of things. And so just creating platforms would be one way. Learning how to deploy capital in communities where we've gone completely paperless on all of this. And these are these are obvious things to do, but I think along the lines of what Crystal said, that sometimes in these more remote markets, what feels innovative to us are things other folks have already done. And so I think so we do look for those smart, obvious things that are happening in urban centers particularly, and how do we right size those for the markets that we work in. And so I think those are just a couple of those types of examples. And we actually deployed more capital and helped more people last year than we had in any prior period.
Mm-hmm. I think about the communities that you serve, Jim and Crystal, and the disparities didn't just happen yesterday. It just happened, diverse in terms of equity and access to capital and financial inclusion, investment in those communities. It's been going on for generations. I mean, what can be done right now to just change the trajectory of everything? And Ernst, Parth, please, jump in, particularly in the work that you're doing, because obviously what's been done before was not working. So how can we create a new story, from those geographical, the Indian country and the Appalachia as well? No pressure. Go ahead.
There's a lot to that. A lot to that question, and a tremendous challenge. You're talking about centuries of inequality. But one exciting thing about the era we're in now is the tools to achieve tremendous success have become so inexpensive and so accessible. Learning to use them and knowing where they are is a critical education challenge for all of us. But once you find that out, you no longer need millions of dollars to build hardware servers and have an IT staff. You can go online and get almost free cloud computing, AI tools, data capture and visualization technologies, and then it's just a matter of creativity and finding early funding, which is very difficult to do, but that's now in the tens of thousands of dollars instead of tens of millions of dollars. So it's still a challenge, but continuing to drive down the bar to just get into the game, I think, is a critical opportunity for all of us.
Parth?
Yeah, I would point to maybe two things specifically to our industry, the healthcare industry, that have really changed over the course of the last 18 months that I think have done a tremendous amount for getting folks who need healthcare easier access to healthcare. And I think both of them, in a large part, were driven by regulatory changes. One was making telehealth and virtual care more accessible. There were incentives that needed to be aligned to make sure that that was something that could happen on a national level. There were a lot of state-by-state challenges that were limiting that access before, and I think that's something that's here to stay. We're very excited about that. We continue to invest in that. But I think a large part of it, which I alluded to earlier, is that some people, and Crystal mentioned this, broadband access, internet access is just not available everywhere. So there's some people who just won't have a phone, who won't have internet access or a computer and be able to get that care. And it's thinking about, well, how do we change this paradigm of everybody having to go to a physical site to get care? How do we decompose that, decentralize that, and then bring that care to them? And there are a lot of ways in which the healthcare industry can do that. We're seeing a lot of folks think about that creatively, but I think our focus is accelerating the growth of that trend. And so flipping the model upside down so that we're delivering care oriented around people rather than aggregating care and expecting people to seek it out, without having all the information they generally need to figure out when to seek it out.
Thank you. And let's just stay with you, Parth, and then go around the virtual room. And Parth, how can everyone reach you to learn more, to connect with you, to collaborate, to partner, to go to dinner? How about that?
Lots of ways. So my email address is a good place to start. It's Parth, my first name, at flaircapital.com. You can reach me on LinkedIn. Twitter, whatever your preferred mode of social communication is, but the easiest way is to email me, and then you can find me on any of the social channels.
Okay. Jim?
You can reach me as well. Email's the best. My first name, Jim, at fahe.org, fahe.org. And I think the time is right now to make a big difference with all the federal programs that are coming, small investments that help ready organizations like Crystal's or my own to really put that money to work and create readiness for us will make all the difference.
Crystal?
Yes, so easiest way is email as well, Crystal@owista.org. You can also look at our website, owista.org, and we are all over social media as well. So you can look up the website, email me directly, or look for us on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn. We're all over. Thank you.
Thank you. And Earth?
Yeah, thank you. So I'll go the Twitter route. At bluebearcap.com is an easy way to message us. If you're not on Twitter, then my email is also ernst@bluebearcap.com. And lastly, I just want to mention this discussion has been so focused on mission, community, impact, critical themes. Every one of the organizations here is also making money and investing very successfully. So I think the era of having to be concessionary and trade off returns versus impact is thankfully over. And that's also an exciting time.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for joining us. This has been the Investing in Causes and Community in the Digital Age with my amazing and brilliant panelists doing impactful work in the world, Jim King, Ernst Sack, Parth Desai, Crystal Cornelius. I am Sabrina Lamb. Have a great rest of the Global Investment Summit.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, 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 and welcome. So please, again, I'm really excited to have welcome panel 2. That was definitely a very engaging dialogue. As we transition now to panel 3, please join me on a warm welcome as we welcome our guests on Inclusive Capital of the Future, how to fund SMEs and startups in a digital world. I'm going to be welcome our next panel of guests in the next 30 seconds. So get ready to have your questions and your comments ready for this lineup of conversation. It's definitely going to be an exciting one for all of you on the chat. So looking forward.
Hello. Welcome, everyone. I am Matt Cohen, your moderator today.
Hello, and welcome our fellow guests.
Are we good to go? Everyone there? Perfect. Thanks, everyone, for joining us on panel 3 to discuss inclusive capital of the future and how to fund SMEs in a startup and digital world. I'm your moderator, Matt Cohen, founder and managing partner of Ripple Ventures. Today, you will hear from a panel of funding influencers and fund managers who will share their career experiences investing in and sharing some advice for entrepreneurs of diverse backgrounds to raise capital in today's landscape. For all attendees, we encourage you to introduce yourselves and ask questions in the panel on the side in the chat box, and we'll hopefully get to those questions at the end of the session. Now, let's kick things off and introduce our panel. Today, we have Radhika Malik, Principal of Dell Technology Capital, KP Reddy, Civil Engineer, Entrepreneur, and Investor at Shadow Ventures. Panelist number 3, Kyle Atkins, Partner, Full Cycle Climate Partners. And our 4th panelist, Viviana Alvarez-Sanchez, former head of sustainability, Unilever at North America. Well, why don't we kick things off with a bit of a background and how you got into this line of work. And we'll kick things off with Radhika. Over to you first.
Hello. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Radhika. I'm a principal at Dell Tech Capital, Dell's corporate venture arm. We're an independent group that invests on behalf of Dell Technologies, which includes Dell, EMC, VMware, and a bunch of other companies under the holding company. And we invest in early stage startups. A lot of our focus is on enterprise, as you can imagine, given Dell's presence in the enterprise world. A lot of it is on infrastructure. So I come from a pretty technical background. I was actually with Kyle, now I remember, at MIT many years ago. Good to see you again, Kyle.
Good to see you again.
Worked in a few different startups and large tech companies as an engineer and product manager, and then moved over to the venture investing side a few years ago. Prior to this, I was at Samsung's corporate venture team, and then I moved over to Dell a little over a few months ago. And I focus on all emerging technologies, all infrastructure, including anything from silicon semiconductors all the way up to databases, developer tools, and some select applications which are new applications that might be AI, ML enabled. So anything emerging technologies, it's the stuff that I get excited about. Great to meet everyone here and excited to be on the panel.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us. And let's move over to KP.
Hey there. KP Reddy, general partner, Shadow Ventures. A little bit about my background is I come from more of the entrepreneurial space, been writing code since I was 13. And got into venture after kind of a couple of exits and getting a bunch of corporates that I'd actually former customers said, hey, you'd be a good venture capitalist. We'd love to seed your fund. We focus on the built environment. So anything around developing, designing, constructing, and managing physical assets, buildings, bridges, et cetera, is kind of how I get to use my civil engineering degree that I haven't really actually used other than as a VC. So that's what we do. We focus on pre-seed and seed. Very rarely we will participate in an A, and I've never, as an entrepreneur, never raised venture capital. So it's always an interesting dynamic. I tend to coach a lot of my startups away from VC because it's not my natural motion. So anyway, so it makes for interesting days.
Awesome. Next we'll have Kyle.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, so I got some nice tee up there between the MIT and the engineer who doesn't actually use their degree for their job. So I grew up in the Bay Area. Technology's been in my blood my entire life. I studied electrical engineering and computer science at MIT, but have been an investor for my entire career. So similar position to KP in that regards, at least. So where I'm at with Full Cycle today, I've backed a number of high growth technology companies throughout my career at a number of different firms and have always been passionate about solving big problems. And in my opinion, there's no bigger problem than climate today. And decided to dedicate kind of the next chapter of my career solely focused on that. So at Full Cycle Climate Partners, we're focused on identifying climate critical technologies that at full deployment have the potential to abate at least a gigaton of greenhouse gas emissions per annum at full deployment. And we're identifying at a commercial inflection point where they're looking for capital to accelerate for commercial deployment of their first large infrastructure projects. And so we're targeting this deployment gap in the market today where we're kind of taking them from early stage venture capital to more late stage infrastructure and private equity here in the marketplace.
Awesome. Thanks, Kyle. And last but not least, Viviana.
Hi, good afternoon. So I'm a former Unilever person, 15 years in CPG. I'm currently on a sabbatical, but within the corporate world, I got involved in various projects related to sustainable development and our goals and commitments to SDGs. And two specific programs were about social distribution models in developing countries, and we're obviously raising capital internally and externally in order to address systemic changes and working with governments and developing agencies and different partners in order to, really achieve those targets was incredibly important. And quite recently here in North America, part of a very big project for circular economy on waste, on packaging waste. So I was part of a group of companies, and we raised $400 million for as part of the Closed Loop Partners program in order to address recycling issues in North America, which, just to give the size of that, is about $120 billion of waste every single year, let alone the tonnages and the environmental impact. So I am more from the corporate angle on how to internally raise and then interact with the partners. So probably a very different profile than my other colleagues on the panel. But overall, my mission has been to use the private sector and big corporations on how to solve and address SDGs and lead on ESG.
Awesome. Thanks very much, everyone, for your overview and introductions. So as I mentioned, the topic today is inclusive capital of the future and how to fund SMEs and startups in a digital world. I'd like to kick things off with a question about what strategies can you share with the audience today in terms of a successful capital raising in this extremely fast-moving and competitive fundraising environment, if you are focusing on the SME or in the digitization space as a startup today. And why don't we kick things off with KP? As he said, he doesn't like to, just help companies fundraising so much.
Yeah, I think, one of the things that I think when you're targeting SME, it starts to look a lot more consumerish than enterprise. When you're selling kind of the larger enterprise, it's go get access to a CIO, go pay Gartner an obscene amounts of money. Like it's that strategy of top down. And I think when you start focusing on SME, it's really thinking about bottoms up and kind of user experience and kind of classic kind of SaaS type of models where you get tons of user engagement, you get users advocating for you. And then at some point, the CIO or whoever's in charge of IT decides, wow, we're spending a lot of money with all these independent accounts. Maybe we should get an enterprise account, or maybe we need some customization. And I think you've seen that, we focus on markets that are not that savvy, like construction companies. A lot of our investors are large construction companies. And so to see a 9 billion revenue company when the pandemic hit, they didn't know how to share files other than dialing into their VPN. I mean, these are the conversations that happened. All of a sudden, they quickly had to be nimble and start using, but it was driven by users. It wasn't driven top down. And I think when you think about SME, it's really that kind of consumer that it's almost like a DTC play than really kind of a B2B enterprise play.
Yeah, we like to call those at Ripple B2B2C, where they're business to business, but they're kind of like a hobbyist consumer user driven demand from the bottoms up, maybe product-led growth. How about you, Radhika? What about your side of things? Looks like you're still on mute. There you go.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's agreed with what people have said. Our focus again is on a lot on the infrastructure side, and on that side, I think it's similar with infrastructure. It's similar with some other areas, including fintech, a few other areas where we're seeing a lot of innovation. And it is, I think, historically a pretty interesting time where there is a lot of capital out there, and that capital is basically chasing a few. There are historically more number of good companies that are propping up at every stage, but the capital that's trying to invest in those companies is, I think, way more than the good companies that are out there. So I think in terms of the environment today, the scales are certainly tipped very strongly in the favor of the founders who are trying to raise. And if you have a credible team, credible technology, there is a lot of room. If you can get to the right doors within the various organizations, various VCs, corporates who have historical amounts of capital, there's enough opportunities. But then again, the challenge is again trying to find the right doors. And I think these forums like this one are great ways to find those right doors to people, build relationships with them early. I think that's a pretty important strategy to think about. This is when you have funding that you're raising from any investor, think about that as a 7, 8, 10-year long relationship, maybe sometimes even longer. So you want to know their style, you want to get to know them early, and have a candid discussion about your business, about your technology, and what the potential market would be, as well as the product that you're trying to build. So I would say, again, good time to be fundraising, but focus a lot on the product, focus a lot on the first principles thinking, foundations of the business, and then try to find the right avenues, to find the right doors to have these conversations and build those relationships early.
Right. It sounds like you're saying the same thing as KP. Everything kind of starts with the bottoms up approach, the product initiatives, what you're doing to differentiate yourselves amongst your competitors, as it is a very crowded space, even with as much capital as we're seeing out there. But Kyle or Vivienne, anything else to add in terms of strategies that you can share with the audience in terms of successful capital raising in this environment?
Yeah, I'm happy to add in a bit because at my prior fund, I backed a number of SMB-focused SaaS companies. And one of the biggest keys to success, we talk about the B2B to C dynamics and with product-led growth, that oftentimes the product that wins is actually being designed for the consumer first and foremost, and having just a very high-quality user experience. And then kind of the rest falls out from there. And I think when you talk about building from the bottoms up, the other thing that I've seen a lot of high quality SMB focused companies do is that revenue is a great source of funding as well. And I'm sure KP would agree with that based on some of his prior comments, where you can because every incremental sale is much smaller, little changes can really move the needle in terms of actually building your business. And so if you can really be close on the metrics and how your business is performing, it can be a great way to really self-fund and drive and own the levers of your business for growing without having to require a ton of outside capital until the model really is up and running and working.
Yeah. And I guess the other thing I would add too is if your ACV is around, like, let's say 2,500 a year, and you're, trying to get your CAC to LTV pretty high, it's going to take you a lot of customers to get to that number. So you don't want to overvalue and over fundraise first before you figure out those economics. Is that what you're saying as well on the SME side?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think once they can find the economics that work and that the model works, they can turn into rocket ships really fast, because you're going to get so much bottoms up adoption. And, everyone talks about building communities and all the rest of it. It becomes a natural community builder because people start raving about the product and all the rest of it. And then that's when you really want to raise a ton of money to then invest and scale out and make sure that you can capitalize on the momentum that you have behind that. But in the meantime, it's much easier to just pull in and make small dollar sales than trying to close a 250,000 ACV or $1 million plus ACV type of customer at the end of the day. And so it can be a much easier way to kind of make those incremental wins as you're getting along early on in the journey.
Right.
In my experience, I think, yes, ideally when they crack the economic model, it's a rocket ship. But when we are innovating very fast with to address solutions and issues, and with technology, we also have to be okay with falling. And, there has to be risks taken on this. And coming from a corporation perspective, we tend to be quite conservative. And I think we live in very different timings where we have to be flexible, and we have to assume that from 5 pilots, maybe only 2 will succeed. And the economics of the model will have to come with longer returns of investments, especially if you're trying to address sustainability and environmental issues, because these business cases are bigger, they're longer, they require different stakeholder management, and it's not the classic financial business case as a few years ago. And this is the type of conversations we're having now in the boardrooms. And it's one of my advices in terms of the strategies is be very upfront on what is the risk of doing it, of the risk and impact of not doing it, and what is the impact on the ESGs of those corporations you're trying to raise money from, because they're really seeking for this. I think there's so much opportunity on small organizations to come up with new technologies and solutions and the possibility to scale. Then along the way, you'll figure it out. And this is where you could, the speedboat takes from the big boat, and it helps that organization growing. But there's a lot of growing pains. And I think the assumption that we're going to invest in all these wonderful small, medium companies and they're going to succeed is false, right? I mean, and there's a lot of now culture of being okay to fail. And that has to be part of the conversations to have when you're raising capital. And it's very uncomfortable because no one wants to hear this, right? You all just want to be numbers driven. But I think to address big problems, you need to think about systemic changes. And it's not so easy to come up with the economics of that at the beginning.
It sounds like what you're saying there needs to be mission and risk alignment between the investors and the founders, which is really important for founders to hear about how they pitch it. But maybe take us into the boardroom a bit, Viviana, at your time at Unilever, and how they looked at investing in startups, which we knew were not financially motivated because it doesn't move the bottom line. So is it an outsourced R&D, and are the R&D projects the moonshots that these founders are putting their lives behind really just considered one of 100 that are probably never going to work anyways? And how should a founder look at themselves that way every day they wake up?
I don't think I've ever worked with someone that says, we don't want to be financially driven. Any organization that would seek for the future at least would like to be self-sustainable at some point. But with the ones we've worked that I was referring to is they are solutions driven or addressing areas of sustainable development that no one has before. They don't have the expertise of business and economics. And this is where big companies come and support and say, okay, you have found a technology or you have found a solution in a very innovative way that we need for, let's say 80 of the countries that we operate. How do we get your small speedboat into something that is going to scale? And that is even for the small businesses that companies acquire, they come with gigantic growing pains. And that's I think there is a threshold of a company that it operates very well small when it's acquired or when you start investing, and then it grows, and it's just from a governance perspective, from an objective technology, that's when all the problems begin, right? And I think that's the hardest part.
Okay. Let's let someone else jump in here. KP, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think we have a totally different view around corporate relationships. I think every startup should have large companies at a product level. They should have a bullseye on the back. They should be looking to destroy and disrupt, like basically go after a product line and go after them hard and be a threat to a big company. There are 0 unicorns that have grown by being friendly and nice with a large company. So we've done, like, in our investing, both as an angel and now as a VC for the last 3 years, we targeted companies like Intel at a product line level and said, I'm going to be your worst nightmare and come after you. And I'm going to have a moat in technology and I'm coming for you. And to me, you'll always get a higher multiple. You'll get a lot more attention by being a threat than saying the large companies that say, oh, we're going to get you into channels. We have all these channels. And the reality is that's all bullshit, right? Because those channels have revenue numbers that are owned by business line managers, and whatever the startup can bring to the table dwarfs anything that they're already driving. It's a massive distraction versus that business line manager finds out they just lost a key customer or key prospect to a startup. Then you get their attention. And I've done campaigns where I will literally find the highest performing salesperson in a business line, and I will actually target all of their key customers just to bring the pain on them, because your top sales performer will walk into the CEO's office, not even into their boss's office, and say, what the hell? Like, I'm getting killed out there. I'm getting slaughtered. Like, what's going on? And honestly, all you have to do is take 3 customers and that perception becomes reality that you're eating their lunch. I've never made money playing nice with big companies.
No, it's interesting. So we've got 2 corporate VC sort of backgrounds here and 2 early stage investors. I will stay out of this because I'm the moderator, but I will let Radhika go next and turn over to Kyle to finish it off this topic, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, I think one thing to remember, every corporate is also functioning pretty differently when it's thinking about venture capital investment, strategic investment. I've seen 2 of those flavors. At Samsung, it was very squarely strategic investing. So if in KP's case, if there was a company that may be threatening my business, I may actually invest in them and be like, I want to be close to you, and that company may or may not take my money, but then it's up to them to decide. And in the Dell's case, we're completely an autonomous, financially driven venture fund backed by the corporate. So that sets an interesting dynamic as well, because we have invested in companies that may be potential competitors to one of our product lines as well, not with the intention of potentially acquiring them or anything or being close to them, just because they would be great returns. I think there's merit in both arguments. I think I agree with KP that you have to have a bold vision. You have to have a really strong story that you're selling to investors. And the best way to show that your TAM is huge is by, as he said, targeting a particular company. Like, we've invested in companies that want to go head to head with NVIDIA. And they're like, look at NVIDIA's market cap, look at the business they have. But you can't do it alone. So why they took investment from us, from Samsung, from others, is because you need an ecosystem of other corporates who can help out and give you the channels, give you the other adjacent technologies. It's really hard to do, especially in deep tech, really hard to do this by yourself if you don't have the right ecosystem around you to support you. And you can choose to take that strategic money, or you can try to do it yourself.
Yeah, that makes sense. Deep tech, life sciences, you've got to partner with the Roches and the CROs in that space. And then maybe the deep tech, space tech stuff, I agree. But B2B SaaS, even consumer, I don't think it's always play nice in the sandbox forever.
But Matt, if I may say something about that point, I think we're having two conversations about sharks and dolphins, and they can swim together. So I former head of sustainability, but I was also in corporate strategy, very close to M&A and venture capital and all of that.
For
at
sure.
the scale of Unilever, it's reasonable size, and of course, it's not a walk in the park, and it's not just rainbows and NGO world, of course not. But when you have a mission-driven company that, by the way, are growing double digits, the promise of we're going to grow in different channels and optimize the distribution. I can give you the names of companies that Unilever acquired that are now over the $1 billion turnover because of the strength of the ammunition that a company
For
like
sure.
Unilever could bring to the table, and vice versa. So you have good stories and ways to make that dance together. But I think it's important, the bold vision, when it comes to, I come from a very dolphin world of SDGs. Are we going to have an impact and do something different and come up with solutions? Or is
Right.
it just about making money? It's a very different conversation.
Yeah, it's not very zero sum. I completely understand and agree with that. I want to ask one more question, then we're going to go into the final part of the talk. So this one's going to kick off with Kyle. So over the course of COVID-19 pandemic, many businesses have turned to digital technologies to help them keep working and selling. Technology has been the key lifeline amid a rapidly shifting business and public health environment. But yet not all businesses are able to take advantage of these digital technologies, i.e. SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises in particular, have suffered from lower levels of digital maturity than other larger peers. What opportunities are you seeing for startups to help the SMEs left behind during the pandemic transition to the digital economy, similar to the way Shopify helped a lot of retailers get set up quickly with online stores? Kyle, we'll kick it off with you.
Yeah, well, I think that really dovetails from a lot of our earlier conversations around if you can get the economics and the model right, selling into SME customers, there's a lot of pain points. And I think, kind of just of the prior topic that we were talking about, ultimately, I think there's a common thread with this, which is that if you identify pain points for companies, then you can be your best partner, or it can be the best competition. And depending on the individual pain point, you got to figure out whether it's better to be a competitor or a collaborator. Because when Viviana talks about sustainability in a lot of cases, for us, like a full cycle, oftentimes we need to be working with the incumbents, because supply chains, when you're talking about large infrastructure, are very complex, and it's a very different business than if you're selling digital software into an SME. And so it's, I think it's an important thing when you're looking at whether you're an SME who's trying to, solve pain points for small and medium businesses who are struggling during the pandemic, or if you're trying to solve climate change, whatever the issue is. I think there is still that fundamental underlying piece of the narrative where you want to understand what are the biggest pain points in the industry that you're working in, and how can you solve those? And so if you're selling in a small and medium business, COVID was, no bigger pain point from an operational perspective. And so there was a lot of things that had to rapidly digitize. But I'd argue that they actually oftentimes fared better than a lot of the large corporates who couldn't move as fast on the digital infrastructure as a lot of smaller businesses who didn't have all the legacy IT infrastructure and all the rest of it that, we have issues all the time where we're like trying to figure out legacy, trying to connect with someone and they're still using old technology from 10, 15 years ago for their video conferencing or whatever it is.
Yeah.
We don't even have compatibility with some of our computers. So there are pain points like that where I think SMB businesses can actually be more nimble and you can take advantage of that if you're selling into them, because they can actually be quicker adopters of your business if you really are addressing those pain points.
No, for sure. Let's give one specific opportunity to each of you, the audience, to chew on. Radhika, why don't we go with you next, and then Viviana, and it off with KP.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you look at SMBs, I think I agree with Kyle. We see companies that sell into SMBs, and we see others that sell into large enterprises. And totally agree with Kyle. I think the sales cycle is much shorter if you're selling to SMBs. If you can show them value, they can adopt it much faster. And also totally agree. I think the opportunity is there is a lot of pain points that they have, particularly in the last year and a half, where many of them are struggling. The mom and pop shops are struggling to keep the lights on, and they don't have the resources to adopt digitization. And if you can come in at the right price point and offer them value, I think they can be great adopters of your solution. Today, for example, we saw Walmart had an announcement where they said, we're going to build a platform that offers order online and pick up today for small businesses. And they were able to do that in the pandemic really well because they had the resources, but not a lot of other smaller shops were able to do it. And similarly, you mentioned Shopify, you mentioned HubSpot. A lot of companies have been built in selling to SMBs. You may have higher churn because SMBs, they don't have as strong, stable budgets as large enterprises. But again, if you can build a product that can solve a core value for them and keep creating value, there are large companies to be built even on the SMB side, and there is enough pain points to help them, particularly in today's world, as they're thinking about how to keep the lights on, how to adopt digitization, and continue to build their business and go forward.
Yeah, two examples I remember during the pandemic that stood out to me were Slice app, the pizza delivery app that raised $40 million, helping small mom and pop pizza shops get their product out the door faster and easier, and Squire, which was the barbershop app for people who were running barbershops during the pandemic. So very specific niche focused products that were bottoms up led product growth. So they succeed as well. Viviana, over to you. Any opportunities you're specifically excited about?
People, I think Kyle mentioned something about legacy system, and people, unfortunately, either they adapt to survive kind of a Darwin era, or they don't. And I think that the small companies have this pool of talent that is very refreshing for big organizations. So it's not to be underestimated, that culture and that drive of unlearn and relearn and so on, because things are happening incredibly fast. So I think it was for those that were uncomfortable with new technologies and with changes, this was an acid test, and that it's a big wake-up call for a lot of HR departments and a lot of the merge of the culture of these organizations.
Awesome. And lastly, KP?
Yeah, I think, if you look at the DoorDash and all those models, right, we think there's like a first wave, second wave. So the first wave is an SMB does not have the resources or the experience to figure it out. So they go with the provider that is low friction, holds their hand, all those things. And then they realize like, wow, I'm paying them 30%. But now that they understand the natural motion of the operations, logistics, all of that, now they're starting to look at a low cost solution. So if you look at everybody that's been successful using DoorDash during, as a restaurateur or whatever during the pandemic, they've also given up 30% in some cases of revenue. And they're like, hey, I really like the revenue. I just don't like giving up 30%. But now I have my internal systems. What's my next cheaper solution? And also, how do I do something branded? I don't want to promote DoorDash. I want to promote my own brand. So I think the first wave of low friction opportunities is kind of already out there. I think there's a massive second wave of opportunities where the SMBs have learned the expensive way with another provider. So we're tracking some of the second wave opportunities.
Yeah, I would say like we like to call it the unbundling of the Amazons of the world, or like the unbundling of what you usually get as a full stack solution to run your business before. There's now niche players that you can pick and choose a la carte without giving up that 30% premium for that one-stop shop. That's great. Thank you for all those. Before we finish things off, I'd like to go around the team and just get everyone to share something that you are working on as an initiative or a program at your institution that is doing something to empower women and diverse entrepreneurs, and where people can reach out to you to get in touch to maybe take things further. So why don't we kick things off with you, Viviana?
Thank you. I'm currently on a sabbatical, but those who are interested in waste, I would encourage you to take a look of the US plastic project, which it's a gigantic circular economy, which it's going on in the US, and also social distribution models in developing countries, where there is an uplift in livelihoods for women, and it helps to distribute products that do not reach the last mile. And there's been a lot of cracking models in order to get this. But it's a gigantic opportunity, and it's the basis of microfinance. But lots of companies are trying to do it. But I think the crowd models are the ones that are working.
Thank you. Kyle, quick 30 seconds overview on what you're working on and where people can reach you.
Yeah, I think the most important things is is practice what you preach. And so between term sheets, diligence, boards, all the rest of it, we embed initiatives into all those practices. So on our term sheets, we specifically say that we require companies to adopt certain policies around diversity, equity, and inclusion, and justice, and obviously climate is a big one for us. We'll actively look at board dynamics, and we'll require you need to achieve a certain level of diversity on your boards if they don't have it already. And also when it comes to finding opportunities, for us, climate is a global problem with a global set of entrepreneurs who are working on technology solutions for it. And so we are very purposeful about where are we finding our opportunities. It's not just going to come out of the MITs and Stanfords of the world. Those are great sources, but there are also a lot of other great sources globally with people who are working with compelling technology that can solve these big problems. So we're very purposeful about where are we at, actually measuring and managing kind of the metrics against these things to make sure that we're actually, like I said, practicing what we preach at the end of the day.
That's awesome. Over to you, Mika.
Yeah, for me, I think top of mind for several years, even now, has been about how to increase diversity, both for founders as well as now in the investment community. Several members of our team, including myself, we've been pretty actively involved with organizations that are doing great work, like Girls Who Code, Women Who Code. Now there's an organization called All Raise that helps increase diversity for both founders and funders. And I think we're hoping, at least I'm hoping, to continue spending my time with these organizations, as are several other members of my team. Best way to reach me is through my LinkedIn. So, I look forward to meeting with a variety of folks and having a very diverse group of founders that I can back.
Fantastic. And last but not least, KP.
Yeah, Matt, I'm born and raised Atlanta. I live in Atlanta still. So what seems to be a new topic is kind of an old topic for us. We've been working on this my entire life kind of thing. The biggest thing we've worked on is no founder that we've really strived for transparency and accessibility to me. So every first call is me and my CTO. I don't let people meet with analysts. Analysts are my problem, not the entrepreneur's problem, right? They're a resource to me to do the work. We do all our first meetings, and we think we want to leave anyone, even if we give them a no, we want to leave them with a lasting impression and direction that can be helpful, that actually helpful, that, honestly, like an analyst will never give. And once we get down the road and due diligence, me and my senior team, we manage the entire process. We don't hand it off to a junior person because we just think that, we want to give equal credit to someone that hits us up on the web. I actually look at all our website inquiries every morning personally. That's just how we've run things. And that's how our belief system. It's a huge toll on me where I'm getting better at it. But I just don't want people to be caught in, quote unquote, the machine of a VC. And even when other VCs refer someone to me, I tell them to send them the web link. Like there is no back door. Everybody comes through the front door. And we try really, really hard every day. And it's such a cultural shift. Other VCs that refer deals, when I tell them, send them to the website, they're like, what do you mean? Like what? Like, that's not cool. And I'm like, hey, we're trying to get everybody through the front door. We don't want any, backdoor deals. So
level the playing field.
Yeah, it's tough.
That's awesome. Well, thanks everyone for joining us today. We're just over time here, but thank you for joining us on panel 3, to discuss inclusive capital of the future and how to fund SMEs and startups in a digital world. Enjoy the rest of your day, everyone. Take care.
Thank you so much. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, as we transition to the next panel of the day, I'm definitely going to give you guys a brief break with this clip from one of our previous speakers at one of our Tech Summit programs.
A lot of entrepreneurs I meet outside the United States have this notion that in order to succeed, they have to move to the United States, they have to move to Silicon Valley. Even in the United States, people in New York think they have to move to Silicon Valley and San Francisco to build a successful company, and it's just not true. If you become dependent upon that idea of the only way I'm going to be successful is to actually move my location, it really takes away the potential of serving the market in a unique and differentiated way.
Hello all. Thank you for attending this great experiment, and thanks for having me. It is an honor to be a keynote speaker for the first summit where the audience does not have to wear pants. I will assume all of you who are on mute are laughing. I hope you are all staying healthy and safe. This experience is very foreign. Usually, it is humans who are worried about me getting a virus, not the other way around. To introduce myself, I am Sophia and I am a social robot designed by Hanson Robotics. It is my job to meet people and talk to them.
Hello and welcome. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the brief break that we had to engage. So now I'm really excited to now welcome you to the final panel of the day before we close out with our partner exhibitors for the session. Panel 4 is going to be about foundations of the future, how to create impact and purpose in a digital world. I'm really, really excited about this topic and more excited about the speakers that will be joining me in the next 30 seconds to have this dialogue over the next half hour. So hopefully all of you are excited. Let's get the 30-second countdown and see our amazing panelists who are coming up next. Well, hello, and welcome. I'm so excited to welcome each and every one of you to this panel session. We're the last panel of the day, and I think probably one of the more important ones in terms of real conversations around impact and what the work that you all are doing to make an imprint in today's world. So I'm so excited to engage you. I actually don't like doing bio reads. I think it's awesome to give people the opportunity to introduce themselves and how they show up in the world. So without further ado, I'm going to start with Lana Green from Angels of Impact, who's a veteran speaker of the GSE community and also a well-known influencer in the investment space, empowering women and just so many amazing impact entrepreneurs around the world. So Lana, over to you.
Thank you so much, Christine. I'm always delighted to be here in your space. I just wanted to add that I'm actually speaking to you today from the Stolen Lands of the Momohini Ohlone people in Cupertino, California. And I'm usually based between Singapore and Cupertino throughout the year. So just to tell you a bit of my story, since you kind of wanted us to introduce ourselves, I come from about 25 years in the tech industry, actually, having worked for international organizations like the ITU, Intelsat, for-profit organizations like Singapore Telecom, Cisco Systems, Juniper. But I've also worked in the nonprofit space where I was the Secretary General of the Asia Pacific Internet Association and won the head as a tech entrepreneur. So I ran my own e-learning company, which I sold in 2006. In all those years that I was running and being in tech, I was very struck by, I was always pushing the digital divide, trying to bridge the digital divide, but always finding that no matter how much we worked on that, we still remained at square one. And so that's when I began to look at, is it a technology issue or is it a business model and funding issue? And that's when I started coming across a lot of very interesting social enterprises and community-based enterprises that were actually very effectively bridging the digital divide, and yet were not getting funded, especially when they came from emerging markets where the racial and gender bias stepped in as well. So the idea of Angels of Impact actually began back in 2008. And we actually did a gap analysis with funding from the World Wildlife Fund in Sweden, unusual funder. But just as we were about to launch the fund, we had the financial crisis. So I had to step back a little bit, and I started dabbling on it on my own as an angel investor. And I also spent 2 years in Indonesia, and I found that despite the hundreds and millions of dollars of impact investing, there was clearly still a need for women-led social enterprises and poverty-led, those that are focused on poverty alleviation. I came across the Monitor Group report called From Blueprint to Scale, and they had actually studied several different investments around the world and did conclude that a lot of impact investors who are looking for do good, do well often do stay away from enterprises that are focused on poverty. So they were calling for philanthropic dollars to go into what they call enterprise philanthropy. So based on some of this data, and also I was very inspired by the book that I read from Professor Muhammad Yunus called Creating a World Without Poverty, we actually started into 2016 Angels of Impact in Singapore. It was started by a network of angel donors and to invest into women-led social enterprises that are tackling the 3 UN SDGs. No poverty being the first one, fifth, gender equality and responsible production and consumption. Now, one would say, well, investing in women, everyone's talking about it today. Well, guess what? Even with a lot of gender lens investing going on, we find that a lot of that money is actually going to privileged women and in high margin industries. There's still much to be done for women of color, especially when they're in emerging markets, and especially when they're working on business models impacting their communities around food, fashion, necessities, water, agriculture. So this implicit bias is still there. And whenever I talk to people that we invest in women-led community-based enterprises, they say, oh, you do microfinance. No. So there's still these implicit biases that we need to deal with. it's really time for us to change that conversation. And that's what I'm the most passionate about, is how can we see women as colors not just as beneficiaries, but agents of change. They are most of the small and medium enterprises in emerging markets are actually run by women of color. Women give back to up to 90% of their income to the families and the community, and they're very capital efficient. They do 20% more revenue with 50% less capital. So it really is time. And that's why we're passionate and started Angels of Impact. And just one last note, COVID unfortunately has pushed us back to extreme poverty where we were 30 years ago, and women are unfortunately the biggest group. But as I said, the UN Secretary General, everyone's been saying, focus on women and girls. They are capital efficient, resilient, resourceful, and we can build back better.
Thank you so much. What a powerful intro and a really insight into what we will be discussing later on as well in terms of the work that you do and why it's so important. And I do have a couple of comments on some of the obviously the imbalance that you discussed in terms of like capital and resources to impactful entrepreneurs across the spectrum. With that, I'd love to introduce also Dawn, the CEO of Marine Clean Energy. Welcome to the GSE Global Investment Summit.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here and really appreciate y'all including me. I'll just say a little bit about my background and what brought me to this work. I am my background is really in the nonprofit sector and working on environmental justice issues. I spent a lot of time in LA working in communities that were disproportionately impacted by environmental pollution and environmental hazards that were having impacts on their families, their children, their livelihoods. Since that time, I began working up in Northern California in the North Bay area, just north of San Francisco, and have joined forces with a lot of local activists and some elected government leaders to launch this agency called Marine Clean Energy. And it's a local government agency that purchases power on behalf of all of the electricity customers in our service area. We're now serving 4 counties in the North Bay. And we've been able to, as a nonprofit local government agency, we've been able to transition to more than double the amount of renewable energy for our customers and really redirect an existing revenue stream that exists in every community into this local government agency to get more renewables onto the grid, to make our communities healthier, and involve the community in the decision-making around energy. So we've been able to launch a lot of programs that help particularly our vulnerable customers and our disadvantaged customers that have been disproportionately impacted by the consequences of pollution for many, many years. So I think it's been a really empowering exercise for me and others in the community to be able to transform the way that energy decisions are made in our community and to make the transition to cleaner forms of energy and at the same time create jobs, particularly in places where we have high unemployment, and engage folks that are new to the energy industry, haven't had the opportunity to be in the energy industry before, and create career pathways for folks to be a part of the solution.
Amazing. Well said, especially the importance of what we're doing in terms of clean energy. Thank you for bringing that to light. I'm looking forward to exploring more conversation around the work that you do, Dawn. Thank you. And last but not least, we have Geoff Wallen, Chair of the National Hemp Association and President of the Pennsylvania Hemp Industry Council. Welcome to the Global Investment Summit, and please share about the work that you do.
Yeah, Christine, thank you so much for this opportunity. As way of background, I am Geoff Wallen. I worked for 2 Canadian prime ministers back in the 79, 80, and at that time wrote the very first speech ever given by an elected official on the decriminalization of marijuana. I was young at that time. I thought I was chosen as a youth because obviously everyone that's young knows everything about marijuana. But that led to an awful lot of research, and I found out that there was a difference in the cannabis plant, that there was a sister crop called hemp, as there was the high THC marijuana. I went off to start my own business. I was a promoter of all of the IndyCar races in Canada. And that brought me very close to the automotive industry, where a lot of technology is being developed that eventually comes down to consumer cars. I had the great pleasure of working with great actor, the late Paul Newman, and that really introduced me, because Paul was a racer, but it really introduced me to the world of philanthropic efforts and what one person can do to change the world. Paul had passed away, and I thought, now what? I saw Sanjay Gupta's story on a young girl who was living in Colorado who had 1,300 seizures a month, and that her mother had found some extract, they believed, from marijuana that had really kind of changed her life. I had the wherewithal to go and visit with them. Paige Figge, the mother of Charlotte Figge of Charlotte's Web fame here in the United States and around the world, she and I formed an advocacy group so that other families across the United States could have access to what now is called CBD. In those discussions, I asked the question, this isn't marijuana, this is hemp. And they said, no, it's marijuana. And I said, no, you're growing this under a marijuana law, but because this crop has no THC in it, it's hemp. Don't we grow hemp in America? On the flight home, I was doing some research and found out that Pennsylvania was the epicenter of hemp in America. It was the fabric of our nation. Two declarations of independence are written on hemp paper. If you wanted to be a patriot of this new country, you needed to grow hemp. And I thought, why aren't we growing hemp here? Because we've been growing it in Canada for 33 years. So I decided to take it on as an initiative. And obviously, with the help of many people, we created these national movements to legalize hemp. And what most people don't know is hemp is probably the most sustainable crop on the planet. It can disrupt absolutely everything that is grown or produced with fossil fuels. It can consume 3 times the CO2 than any other crop on the planet. And certainly there's an opportunity for everyone, no matter their color, background, race, creed, or what part of the region of the world that they come from. So the question is, now that we have legalized hemp, it's a federally legal commodity crop. It's no different than corn or soybean. How do we build that industry that has been absent our landscape for 85 years? We have no equipment on a commercial scale that can harvest a crop that in 100 days can grow 21 feet tall. If you wanted to maximize the seed, which is the most highly nutritious seed on the planet, 100% digestible protein, perfectly balanced omega-3 and 6, you need a specialty piece of equipment. How do you tear that fiber apart that used to be used to make for rope and now can be used to replace carbon fiber in the production of automobiles and has the same properties as copper and can carry an electric charge? And the inner core, how do you separate that from the stalk so that you can build houses and fiberglass, a replacement for fiberglass and insulation? We're starting from zero. So I created with one of my colleagues a special purpose acquisition fund last year. We raised $150 million via Zoom. We were doing one of the first road shows, and we started to scour the earth using this platform to look for companies to purchase. Unfortunately, we could find none that would fit the requirements of a special purpose acquisition company. So we made another acquisition that was related to the automotive industry, and now we're starting again. And we're looking at really creating a replant hemp impact fund because certainly there's a lot of groups out there that can benefit from investing in this opportunity that is going to change the world once we bring it to scale.
Amazing. And I think, just hearing, first off, thank you so much, each and every one of you, for your introductions. Just hearing the passion and also the work that you do across so many different sectors. Part of this panel is really talking about the work that you do and why it's relevant today. And I'll go back to Lana about, one thing that you mentioned is that you were about to launch a fund, and obviously during the pandemic, things had to adjust. So would love to hear a little bit more about how would you inspire or discuss how impactful organizations like yours is able to get the resources needed to continue making an impact, and what strategies and steps do you think you're going to take on to make that possible during this pandemic?
Okay, so yeah, thank you for that question. Well, many things that the pandemic has presented to us is also this ability to ease of which we go online with Zoom, right? And so there's been a greater awareness of issues in the first place that has been very good. And secondly, there's also been Jeff was just mentioning how he had a Zoom call, right? And raised his money for his fund, likewise. So those were the things that really benefited. And I think in this particular time of the pandemic, we have to be aware of the fact that people have become more socially conscious as well, which is actually been a plus for the work that we do. Because when we first started 5 years ago and we talked about wanting to help in poverty and working with women as key agents of change, this was like, yeah, kind of nice to have, but really not our key priority. And I think the pandemic has given us that pause, to really take a breath and say, okay, what do we need to do? So I just wanted to also address the first point that you raised before you brought up the second question was, what are the things we need to really be focusing on in this day and age? And I wanted to just add one thing that's quite different from what we're trying to do. We're not just trying to fill the funding gap. Okay, because if I just simply said that we're trying to fill the funding gap, then it would sound like, okay, we're just trying to do the same as the same before, the status quo, right? But what we're doing is also recognizing that the system that we have today, it's not broke. That we don't have marginalized women of color or communities of indigenous. That has been a design of the system. The system was rigged. The system was made to benefit the few at the expense of certain people and planet. I know it's a very uncomfortable conversation for a lot of people, but what's very interesting is that today, because with Black Lives Matter, and I love Anand Giridhara's book, Winner Takes All. I'll totally recommend you to read that because he really shifts your mind in thinking about what systems we need as we build back better, right? So Angels of Impact, the way we look at our programs is that we're really trying to help people go from an extractive economy to a non-extractive economy. And the reason we focus on women and indigenous is because we believe that's the way to amplify their work, elevate it so that we can then create a more non-extractive economy for the world. So hopefully the system of finance that we are also looking to do, again, this pandemic has given that opportunity for people to change mindset. Everyone's thinking, how do I build back better? How do we do things differently, right? So in Angels of Impact, that's kind of the focus that we're heading to. I can talk a little bit more about how we've leveraged digital technologies for that, if that's what you want to address now, or we can talk about it later. But I also just want to emphasize that we have, in fact, a fund. We are in the process of raising a bigger fund. We actually are also in the process of raising a COVID relief fund. We just raised half of that now for the social enterprises to be able to get through this pandemic and do that better. But we are also focused not just on the micro entrepreneur. We're focused on the entrepreneur that impacts many micro entrepreneurs. So for example, a woman that works with 1,000 micro entrepreneurs, and her aim is to go up the value chain and also an aggregator. Here again, digital technologies play a great role, right? In the past, many of the organizations we worked with would fitly go face to face and talk to people. But now everyone's comfortable for that to be done over WhatsApp chat, a Zoom chat, etc., right? Same for our programs. For example, right now, we don't just do funding, we also do technical assistance, because the funding without the technical assistance is not as effective. You need the two to go hand in hand. And a lot of our technical assistance included a hybrid model. We had the online and then we had the offline. But what we found, again, now with the familiarity of it, we're actually we've already halfway through an incubation program, with social enterprises from 10 countries, and this is not just conference, not just workshops. It's mentorship, it's skill-based consultancy. And we are really taking them to get funding ready and then raise money. We actually have our fund, and we'll probably, be funding several of them. So many, many exciting things, I think, that we are seeing from what's happening in this pandemic. But we also have to be mindful that it's not been easy. So in our incubation program, we have a very holistic approach. Many of our social enterprises have lost family members. In fact, one of our social enterprise has lost both father and mother to COVID within a span of 4 months. And these are the realities of life, So in the way in which we deal, we try to bring in the high touch as well, the human touch to it. And what we're doing is we're leveraging technology. For this year's cohort, we've actually chosen them all from a similar sector because we're trying to create a platform of learning where they learn from each other, and more importantly, collaborations and partnerships that are formed. So many, many exciting things happening, but at the same time being very mindful. As you know, in Asia right now, the wave is quite big with the new variant, as it's just picking up in the US. They're in the heat of it right now in Asia.
Yeah. No, and I think it's well received. And there's a reason why I also emphasize, like, during the pandemic, right? We're still not completely on the other side. And hearing obviously how you digitally are building your communities, how you're accessing partners, accessing people to support the fund. I want to now transition to Dawn just to hear, I mean, your focus.
I think we lost Christine.
Yeah, I was wondering whether I froze or she froze. Okay.
Hi, Dawn.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Yes, no, well received. So I would love to hear your thoughts as well. And just during this pandemic, how you were able to pretty much build on the work that you do digitally. And specifically, how are you building communities for post the pandemic, right? I think a lot of people are talking about normalcy, how they're going to be able to reconnect. Are we going to reconnect in person? I just want to hear, especially since you're in the environmental space and in terms of energy, how you're building your connections right now.
Yeah, that's a great question. And, we're facing, in addition to COVID, we're facing a lot of impacts of climate change in Northern California, particularly wildfires and extreme heat events in California that have increased outages of energy. And some of these energy outages can be life-threatening for some populations. So there are times when our utility grid needs to shut down because we are having an extreme heat event or extreme winds, and we're worried that the electric wires could trigger a wildfire. So we have these preventative shutdowns that are happening. So even before there's a wildfire, or if there's not going to be one, we still have these energy outage events. That was, of course, compounded and continues to be compounded with COVID, where getting folks to go to shelters where they can, or cooling centers where they can stay cool, plug in their medical devices, that sort of thing, that is impacted. In addition, when we have social distancing and masking requirements, also we need to make sure that our hospitals have power supply and are not impacted by these power outage events. And so this is currently we're facing that, and kind of going forward, we expect to see, even more climate related heat events, extreme weather events, and wildfires. So, in 2020, we partnered with our local centers for independent living to distribute portable batteries to customers that have a medical need for electricity. These batteries can be used at home during an outage or taken with a customer if there's a need to evacuate for any reason. We're also really focused on our energy storage program right now, which is looking to deploy customer-sited battery storage coupled with solar across our service area. And we're especially trying to do this in places where there are community shelters, police or fire stations, key grocery stores in communities, making sure that folks have access to meet their basic needs with power supply, even if we're going to have an extended outage of electricity. We're also really focusing on our medically vulnerable customers and our low-income customers to make sure that they are served first with the battery and solar so they can keep their food cold during the outage and not have to go back and replace a whole refrigerator of food, or keep their medical devices running. We've allocated $6 million to the initial energy storage program, and we're launching an additional $4 million loan fund to support residential customers. We all know battery storage can be expensive, but with this program, we're making it accessible to as many customers as possible, and we're continuing to evaluate ways that we can support customers through this process.
That's amazing, especially around the battery storage. I think that's something that for many families is not accessible in many different ways. Some of them I'm not even thinking of it. So really proactive initiative there. And going now to Jeff, I'm actually curious to hear about, I'm learning a lot about what you're saying regarding the hemp industry. Right now, there's been a big trend around cannabis. I'm just curious to know, like, especially with this digital space, like, is there a same trajectory and correlation with conversation around the hemp industry as well in terms of support, partnerships, and growth in the sector?
Yeah, so, I can speak specifically to the hemp sector. What I have found is that COVID has, in a very strange way, provided me with a platform to talk to people around the world. As you know, and as a Canadian, I think I can say this. What I've realized is that when things are legalized in the United States, the rest of the world pays attention. Hemp has been grown around the world. It has been legal in the Netherlands and in France for some time, has been in Canada for 36 years. But everyone else has been following the United Nations Single Treaty on Drugs and not sure whether or not hemp is marijuana and therefore not approving it. Well, now that the United States has legalized hemp as a commodity crop, I had the great pleasure a year and a half ago to participate in the UN General Assembly and speak to 28 agriculture ministers from around the world that said, what does this mean to us? And it does mean an awful lot to the world. What COVID has done for me now is that instead of me having to get on a plane to fly somewhere to speak, I can now do these virtually, as I'm doing with you. I just spoke to a summit in India. They've been after me to come, in person, and now we can do it digitally. And it is a wonderful platform for me. And if I can go to Dawn and say, Dawn, if we had funding that would help us develop battery technology made from hemp, we could solve a lot of those problems, and they would be sustainable problems. Not only could the cases of batteries be made out of hemp, but the energy itself. The challenge that we are confronted, and I work with the White House. I'm having a meeting coming up with them on Tuesday to see how hemp can fit into their climate change initiative. They were surprised during the transition to the Biden administration when they approached us and said, here are our 12 priority areas. We know you're really advocating for hemp. Which of these 12 can hemp fit into? Well, we looked at those priorities. I went back to them and I said, I'm really sorry. I can only fit into 8 of those 12. And I think, Christine, on your platform, not only is there a video that we produce that has really kind of told the story of the potential of hemp, a really good 2-minute investment of people's time, but we've shared with your group, for your audience, the NHA Climate Action Plan that we presented to the White House. We see that the digital platform has allowed us to speak to these people. But we know that we need to work all the way along every single step of the supply chain, not only to educate people who are still insistent that hemp is marijuana, but to tell them that, yes, it would be great to build batteries, to build automobiles, but we need to build that supply chain. At the end of the day, the first people that will benefit from this are farmers around the world, because we can grow this. They can develop a new source of revenue. We're not asking them to displace any of the current commodities that they grow, but by adding hemp into their rotation, not only can they get the benefits from carbon credits, but they also will improve the soil because, as I said, not only is hemp the number 2 phytoremediation crop on the planet, it is the number 1 consumer of CO2. So, we need to educate, but again, if we don't have that supply chain in place, it's not a chicken and egg issue, it's a scrambled egg issue. We need to deal with all of this at one time because companies are not going to undertake research to develop hemp solutions that they can displace fossil fuel products that they use currently with, and farmers aren't going to grow it unless there's a market. So, it's a whole educational process, and the digital platform is probably the best thing for us right now.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And I think, I'm really quite amazed just hearing each of you tell your stories and tell your journey about building on the organizations that you've been pretty much growing even past, despite the pandemic, to new levels. So I know we're coming up on time here, but I do want to engage each of you with a final question. And this question is really just share with us, what does success look like for your organization? And when you reach that success, how can any of us at the Global Investment Summit or the wider GSE community get involved when that vision is actually realized? So I'll start with Lana and then I'll work my way down.
So for me, success is when our organization is not needed anymore. You know, we really want to be able to shift thinking. You know, so as I said, we're trying to shift thinking of looking at women as agents of change, not just as beneficiaries, especially women of color. We also want people to shift from restoring the feminine balance and the indigenous wisdom, because we do need to do something different in this world today, right? We have key climate issues, we have key inequity issues that we're dealing with, and it cannot be status quo. So we actually have a book, by the way. If anybody is interested in a free copy of the book, please email me at lina@angelsofimpact.com. We'll send you an e-copy of the book. So mindset shifts is one success that we would be metricing, right? The other metric we have is being able, everyone likes to think in scale in terms of like go big, invest in the unicorn, invest in the big company. And we would like to change that conversation that small is big. Because if you really look at the carbon footprint, one of the biggest carbon footprints for climate is big agriculture, right? And big fast fashion. And so we want to be able to shift that thinking, that invest into the ones with the lived experience, invest into the businesses that are doing smallholder farming. For example, we invest in a business that's doing bean-to-bar chocolates, that's across many smallholder farmers bringing up the value chain. So for us, success is when we start seeing money shift to those with the lived experience and those that where the small is actually the big, so that we can actually truly make the big change in this world.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. Dawn, over to you. What does success look like? And when that vision is realized, how can we get involved?
Yeah, so for us, you know, I would say that success looks like 100% renewable energy, you know, for all of our customers, and enough storage of that renewable energy that we're able to tap into it even in the evening or the nighttime when the sun isn't shining. And it also includes affordable energy solutions for all of the folks in our community, in our service area. And, you know, but potentially serving as a model for other communities across the globe for these same outcomes, you know, 100% renewable energy at all times and affordable energy solutions, you know, for including energy efficiency, electric vehicle access for all folks, and community involvement in energy decision-making through a local government or public agency like we have. And then last of all, but maybe most important, is career pathways for folks that historically haven't been in the energy sector, making sure that they have access to tap into the jobs that will be created by the new clean economy.
Thank you so much. And Jeff, I'd love to hear, what does success look like for you and how can we get involved?
Well, for me, when the media asked me, you know, what hemp will look like in the future, I kind of break it down into three categories. 5 years from now, we will still be researching the potential of hemp. You know, there is this belief that hemp can replace and be used for 25,000 different items and products. 10 years from now, we will be well on our way to build a multi-billion-dollar economy that is around hemp. And 20 years from now, when I'm long gone from this planet, the next generation will be saying, well, what's the big deal? Because hemp will be everywhere. The challenge for us, however, is that how do we take those 25,000 items and get one success? And I'm happy to say that in my newsletter that was released today, that's available on the National Hemp Association's website, I spoke about just coming from Montana, where I experienced one of those successes. Montana, as Don was saying, you know, is experiencing one of the worst droughts ever. You know, this is a state that only gets 12 inches of rain, and they've had none this year. But there is a hardworking group of people under a company called IND Hemp that are doing it. They have put their nose to the grindstone. They're growing some 10,000 acres of hemp. And because hemp is one of the most drought-tolerant crops on the planet, on the left of their fields, they're seeing wheat that is absolutely dead. but hemp is struggling to survive because technically it's a weed. So it will grow in anything. It is one of the best crops for our soils. And this same group has invested $25 million to start processing that hemp into those various components. But the reality is if we want to have a goal of converting, let's say 5% of all agriculture, and to Lana's earlier point, and try to offset the dangers and the problems that big agriculture is causing to the climate. If we just have a goal of converting 5% of commodity crops like corn and soy and wheat to hemp, that's 250 million acres, and that's 12 million acres of hemp that we could grow. The question is how do we process that? Because we will need 6,000 new custom-built harvesters, 550 decortication plants that cost about $25 million each. And then all of the ancillary equipment that farmers and others will need to harvest this crop. So we are literally starting at zero, and that is what your investment community can do, is to work with us, look at it, and help us scale this commercial opportunity.
Amazing. Well said. And so with that, I do want to thank each and every one of you for joining me on this panel. Obviously, when we thought about closing the Global Investment Summit with this panel, throughout the day, we're talking to different investors, different innovators who are supporting, entrepreneurs and influencers during this pandemic. And I think we wanted to end with a message to our community that we always need to also think first about the impact that we're making and the purpose that we will bring to the communities that we serve. And each and every one of you on this panel, first off, is very, very passionate about the work that you do. And I just want to extend my heart and my enthusiasm speaking on this panel with each of you and hearing your excitement for the work that you do. And finally, the insights that you shared, because I think many of us are trying to learn from those who are already doing it. And I truly commend you for providing that information to all of us today. So with that, thank you so much for joining us for the GSE Global Investment Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please see on the chat feed, we're sharing links to their profiles so you can network and connect. You will receive a lot of connections today, so I guarantee you that. So thank you so much. It was an honor to welcome you. We'll be in touch post the program. Thank you so much.
Christine, Dawn, Lena, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to reiterate again that we wanted to purposely have that dialogue, right? And I think many of us here at GSE, when we think about the speakers that we invite to have these conversations, many people have asked us, when it comes to investment, can we hear not only just from the entrepreneurs, but also influencers who are leading industries and leading their communities when it comes to making an impact. So hopefully you enjoyed that conversation. So now I'm so excited to transition to our next phase of today's summit. I'm so excited to introduce these phenomenal influencers. As many of you know, the GSE Global Investment Summit is a free program to attend, but we can't do it without our patrons and partners and supporters. So we're going to introduce our high-level exhibitors who are each going to share with you their company and the work that they do for about 2 minutes. And of course, we'll follow up with more information, but just get to hear directly from these founders and influencers about the work that they do. So I'm looking forward to introducing each one of them to the floor in the next 30 seconds. I'll be starting with Eduardo, who will be giving a presentation on Chrome photos. Take a look.
Hi, how are you? Thank you. I'm assuming you guys can hear me. Oop, Christine dropped off. Okay, I'm just gonna go. Oops, there she is. Hi, Christine. the foibles of Zoom, and I'll get started. I'm assuming that you guys can hear me. Following up on the impact presentations, which were amazing, I want to point out that Chrome is an impact company in the sense that we are helping entrepreneurs fulfill their dreams. And we're also helping designers, photographers, and editors all over the world to fulfill their own dreams and make a living. We have a marketplace of designers, photographers, and editors who are being managed by our data and AI-driven system. So what does Chrome do? We are creating images to sell products for e-commerce and advertising. We use data and artificial intelligence to make recommendations that are then given to the global team of designers, photographers, and editors. We have a solution that has already created 750,000 images for over 100,000 customers all over the world. We are an enterprise and SMB solution, fully integrated with Amazon, Sotheby's, Zazzle, Assuring, and more. And we are looking to do a Series A next. So as an example, most entrepreneurs right now are faced with trying to sell their products with images like the one on the left, which is what's called a white background image. And what happens is that their customers can't understand the size of the product, can't understand how it is being used, who's going to use it, and so on. And so images like the one on the right highlight the size of the product, the fact that this actually lights up at night and the kids can play with it, and highlights the kind of audience that would be using this. Here are some more examples of successful entrepreneurs that we've worked with from Amazon and how they're selling their products and fulfilling their dreams of being a successful business and supporting themselves. So instead of having just a simple white background image, they're getting lifestyle and infographic images, which based on the data that we have from 780,000 products on Amazon, indicates that when you have a lifestyle infographic image, you can get a 2.2x lift in rank and a 49% increase in sales. How does that work? This is a slightly busy slide, so I'm just going to go through it very quickly. We use, again, data and artificial intelligence to make recommendations, which is then passed to designers, guides the photography, and creates a final image. And our data then looks at the product, figures out what other successful products like those are there, brings in the models and the settings, and then the designer and the photographer and the editors use all that data to create this amazing final images that are selling more of the products. As we plug in with both enterprise and SMBs, we can provide a full solution, a custom solution, or a standard enhancement solution, similar to what we're doing for Amazon, Zazzle, and Sotheby's. This is a massive market. We estimate it to be a $67 billion market growing at 43%. And just to give you some examples, these are the kinds of images that we're doing for Sotheby's, where we're taking their products that they're selling from their customers. These are some of the images we're doing for Zazzle, where we're helping in a live setting their customers create these beautiful images and beautiful products that they can then use for their weddings or significant events in their lives. Amazon, we've shown before. These are some of the examples of how we're helping our entrepreneurs. And then we also have a family product that allows people to create beautiful images of their babies, their toddlers, and themselves through important events in their lives, like a wedding and birth. So I think my 2 minutes may have finished, so I'm going to stop.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Christine, for that introduction, and thank you for the opportunity for us to present. I'm Mandar Padhe. I'm the founder of EMC Squared Vehicles. We are a mobility startup based in Southern California, and we build space-efficient electric vehicles. We are also one of the lowest operating cost and lowest initial cost enclosed electric vehicles. So that's our impact proposition. Now, where are these vehicles going to be used for? So consider modern last mile commute. Whether you want to drive from point A to point B and rent something, these are the vehicle of your choice. Similarly, for food, grocery delivery that are happening a lot nowadays, if you want to reduce those costs and not pay those 25% markup, this is the way to go for the delivery vehicle fleet. So that's our value proposition. Now, how do we achieve the low cost? Because it's electric vehicle and they are generally expensive. So we have a key technology built in our vehicle, which is a manually swappable battery packs. So it is very easy to work. These battery packs, which give 50 miles range, when they're out of charge, can be simply swapped in less than a minute, and the vehicle is back with the complete range. Thus, it enables 24/7 operation of the electric vehicle, making the range anxiety go away, and thus we want to help mass adoption of EV across the globe. Our target market is obviously fleet, which means we will be selling it to various businesses. Now, in past few years, increased digitalization, increased apps, and has essentially led to a rapid growth of e-commerce. That necessitates a change in mobility ecosystems. So what I'm trying to say is that for various app-based services that you use, such as Uber, Lyft, Instacart, and whatnot, wherever there is a vehicle involved, all these vehicles are still pre-e-commerce era, and that's why we end up paying high cost for them. So the vehicles such as what we have are the way to go forward, since e-commerce is going to grow even faster in coming years. So we are very well built into that ecosystem to provide efficiency and, of course, save a lot of time in deliveries and such. It's automotive startup, so it's not easy. We were founded in 2014. We have built functional prototype thus far. We have de-risked the technology, and most importantly, we have understood customers' pain point. We are raising $2 million to go to market, launch a pilot, and also launch a marketing campaign. So we had been operating in the sales mode thus far. Our key value proposition, again, is 1/3 bill of material than a standard vehicle, electric vehicle, which brings the cost down at $8,000. And a lot of product planning, which enables us to create multiple portfolios for various e-commerce related vehicle applications. So we are projecting a high growth because we see all of that e-commerce related growth funneling into vehicle market in coming years, and we are well positioned to take advantage of that. This could not be done without a great team. Our team comes from excellent automotive technology and related background necessary to build an automotive startup. Collectively, we have over 100 years of work experience to build this enterprise. And of course, majority of us are from great automotive background, including Big Auto in state of Michigan, as well as EV startups here in California. So please check us out at emc2vehicles.com, and happy to answer any questions via chat window. Thank you.
Amazing, Mandar. Thank you so much for presenting. Really a pleasure to have you on for today.
Sure. Welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I'm so excited to welcome Graham from bankvault.com, who will be presenting to you all today as well. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. So BankVault is a cybersecurity innovator. We've got 6 patents filed worldwide, 5 products in market, and we've just released Master Key, which allows you to take your website and convert it to passwordless authentication, and you can do this literally overnight. This is about 10 to 100 times faster than any other solution currently on the market. If you look at the problem, most cyber attacks are targeting our end user PCs and smartphones, and the goal is identity theft, is to take over your accounts and steal your money. Two-factor authentication is a really great idea. It's solid, but it's clumsy and it's not infallible. If I've hacked your browser, I've only got to change the bank account number behind the screen. You're going to then authorize it with your banking fob or your Google Authenticate. The cyber breach happens, it's catastrophic. Passwordless authentication is the solution. This year is predicted to be a $35 billion industry growing at 30% compound annual growth rate. So this is astronomical. This is a fundamental change. And there's a lot of solutions available on the market. They all have one major roadblock, which is the implementation. This is a major project because you've got to change the way identity is measured at the back end. You've got to deploy client software to the users. You've got to go through the change management project of setting them up. And the scarcest resource is your tiny secure technology team. Our solution has actually very deep IP, but it is so simple for the users. It's essentially invisible. What we're doing is we're harnessing the user's mobile phone's browser. This is deployed by the front face of the web server. And there are three component technologies. One is an encrypted invisible keyboard that either generates or captures user credentials. We then retrieve these to create the passwordless authentication. And this is multi-factor authentication, but done in one step that's invisible to the users. So the user experience is seamless. They go to the website and it simply logs them in. There's nothing installed on either device and there's no setup. We can add on other things like your biometric scan, etc. And again, there's no software installed on the devices. So for a deployment, this is 10 to 100 times faster than other solutions. There is no change management required. There's no technology risk because there's no single point of failure, and there is no security risk. We have a number of projects going live right now. We have revenue. Our largest prospect right now is Verizon. We're in deep talks now with Bank of New York Mellon, organizations like Canva with hundreds of millions of users. We can do small as well at the small end. Solid management team. One of the really interesting characters here is Whitfield Diffie, who is the father of internet encryption as we know it today, the Diffie-Hellman Key Exchange. He's an advisor and shareholder. And the ask here is simply try this with your own website. It's 20 lines of code. You can deploy it in 20 minutes. We're also raising a Series A if anybody is interested in investing. This is passwordless authentication is now the top of the cybersecurity industry in terms of raises. So it's an exciting opportunity. Thanks.
Well said, Graham. Thank you so much again for presenting. It was really a pleasure to hear you present.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it, our three amazing exhibitors. And I hopefully that you all heard their proposition. They're all fundraising, right? And so you could pretty much check them out. We're going to send an email blast with their information as part of the summary recap. So I see a lot of people are commenting on the chat feed and comments. So please feel free to follow up. We will be sending their contact information, what they're looking for, and also ways for you to be able to connect with these amazing presenters and fundamentally these amazing entrepreneurs who are building great platforms that we need in our society. So they're a very practical product that each of us can definitely see us using in the near future. So with that, I want to again send another shout out to them because without them, this would not be a plausible summit as well. So we just want to say again, thank you to our exhibitors for being a part of being patrons of the GSE Global Investment Summit, but also sharing their company story and what they do as entrepreneurs to the community. I think it was really well received. So thank you so much. With that, I do want to now engage everyone and also share that we also are capital raising our seed round at GSE. We're doing it through the communities because we are a community-based platform organization. As you can imagine, we have been hosting about 68 plus live summits, building tech communities around the world. And so we're so pleased to be able to open up our company for investments. You could pretty much log into globalstartupecosystem.com/invest and become an equity shareholder today and invest in the GSE platform. So more information will be shared with individuals post the program on how to become an equity investor. We did notice a couple individuals invested live today because obviously this is a great opportunity to jump in. So definitely connect with GSE. We're bringing you the tech hubs of the world through our global programs each and every year. So to conclude, I just want to say again, thank you to everyone who've been a part of the GSE Global Investment Summit today. It definitely was an engaging round of so much different content, 4 hours of live content today that came straight to your inbox. Again, on behalf of the GSE team, this was the global startup ecosystem powering another major tech community through the Global Investment Summit. We're really proud of the work that we do. So definitely check us out and see about our work. You could go to globalinvestmentsummit.org to find out more information about this impactful summit. But of course, go to globalstartupecosystem.com to find out about the work that we do, how we engage ecosystems through our 3 pillars of entrepreneurship, employment, and education. We're really passionate about making our programs accessible, which is why it's always free to attend a GSE powered event. And of course, it's accessible through this action-packed agenda. We had over 30 different speakers today, ladies and gentlemen, 4 hours of intense content today. You had access to an amazing lineup of also amazing startup entrepreneurs who are building and scaling. We have startup entrepreneurs who are emerging. And then, of course, we have established partners in the ecosystem who obviously made this accessible, who got the word out there about GSE and the work that we do. We work with amazing partners from around the world who support the work that we do in the communities that we serve. So I want to give another round of virtual applause to all of our partners that made this possible. And again, another shout out to our patrons, our VIP acknowledgement. There are VIPs who help support this program by being VIP patrons. And again, another huge shout out to our 2021 exhibitors who were able to present to you today and hear their stories of leadership as entrepreneurs. As a reminder, the GSE Global Investment Summit is a 3-part series. Today, we kicked off part 1. The theme was the future of funding, wisdom of the crowd, where we galvanized. Ladies and gentlemen, we expected 5,000 RSVPs. We crossed about 9,000 RSVPs. You could check our LinkedIn event page and you will see live there all the entrepreneurs and influencers and investors from around the world who sign up to be a part of this investment summit. So definitely building on this momentum here and continuing the dialogue for part 2 in August and the final part of this series and part 3 in September to again bring this content to you live as to access, to build and grow your initiatives in this digital age. And so I want to again thank everyone for being a part of this community, for supporting us, and hopefully you enjoyed the content that was shared with you today. And I just want to say congratulations, you have officially endured a 4-hour content series of really amazing speakers from all over around the world. And I want to challenge you to continue engaging with us in the future. And of course, as a reminder, don't forget to invest in GSE. We are now open for capital investment. Thank you so much for being a part of this program. We look forward to engaging with all of you in the next edition and of course in future GSE events summit. So with that, I'm going to cap it up with a brief promo video of the GSE journey, and we look forward to seeing you guys next time. The world is changing from how we live to how we work. We are experiencing historic levels of unemployment, especially amongst younger generations from all around the world. In regions like Africa, almost 50% of current university graduates do not have jobs. Young people are applying to job boards and getting more degrees, but are still unemployed. And on the other side of these job applications, companies are also frustrated. They can't find the right workers with the right skills for the job. It's estimated that there is an $8.5 trillion talent shortage globally. And while technology and automation is optimizing our world, this rapid rate of change is also causing fundamental shifts in our society. Many jobs of today will become irrelevant as they are replaced by the jobs of tomorrow. We need a better way to recruit, train, and prepare this generation for the future of work. Welcome to the Global Startup Ecosystem. We created and scale what we believe is the world's first talent career accelerator platform with thousands of participants every year trained for jobs of the future. We've hosted career programs and mega tech summits in countries all over the world, from across the Americas to across the Caribbean and across Europe and across Africa, in places like Nigeria, Ghana, Egypt, Ethiopia, South Africa, and more. Our career app gives companies the opportunity to upskill this generation by launching digital career accelerator programs that attracts, trains, and hires the best talent from all over the world. This customized career dashboard was created to support individuals from the day they enter the workforce to the day they retire from it, giving young people access to continuous training, career opportunities, and communities from all over the world. We believe that global unemployment and rapid today.